Welcome to Dafabet St George's Park. Very important fixture for the Warriors. They're at home, Tuskers, and there are so many permutations that are possible with the outcomes of these final 11 games. But more importantly, for the best, let's cross to Gqeberha.
Pick up later on. It's a close between Moothee Tuskers and Dafabet Warriors. On my left, I've got Shaidwat Vala, the match ref, Wayne Parnell from Tuskers, and I've got Matt de Villiers from Dafabet Warriors. Can you do that? Cool. Heads is the call. It's head first. Okay, Pani. You've won the toss. You're gonna bat, and the reason for that?
It just looks to you obviously used wicket, and hopefully it just gets worse and worse.
Okay, the last time you played well at Newlands, but didn't play the following game. So how are you feeling today?
Yeah, physically good. I had a bit of leave of absence because my wife gave birth actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously nice to be back, and it'll be good to obviously finish off nicely as well.
Yeah, congratulations with that, the birth of your kid. Tell me, any changes to the previous game?
Well, obviously one I'm back in. Who's missing out? We'll see the team sheet later.
Okay, good luck with that being your last game of the season. Okay. Matt, he lost another one again. Were you going to bat again, or were you going to bowl first?
We were quite unsure. Like I've said before, whatever we do first, we try and do it to the best of our ability. It's a fair wicket here at St George's, so if we had to have a bat first, try and put a big score on the board. And if we obviously bowl, just try and be as disciplined as we can, try and restrict them today.
Yeah, obviously Lions pipped ahead of you for the home final. Obviously, a very important game now. So any changes to the team?
George van Heerden actually comes in on loan from SWD, which is nice. He's obviously a local boy. And then Jean Upman misses out today.
Okay, no, that's great. Good luck for that.
The country box show Dafabet at St George's Park. Beautiful day. And the two umpires making their way to the pitch are Warren and Benchart and Andre Olivier. The best referee, Shahid Watwala. The Warriors are in the field the Moothee Tuskers, they won the toss and decided to bowl. And look at that pitch. You can understand why. Even on this pitch, the grass is pretty big, what little grass there is. And I think the new ball come on nicely to the bat, but it's as it gets older and softer, it's going to stop and the bounces are going to be a little bit uneven. And the two batsmen for the Moothee Tuskers, Malcolm Moothee and with him Gqeberha. And it's a pleasure to introduce Gqeberha to the commentary box. Welcome, Jacques.
Thank you for that introduction, Craig, and good morning to our viewers. Quite a few permutations at play here today, Craig. So not exactly a dead rubber in this match.
Yeah, scary number of permutations, which we will discuss during this broadcast. But with the Warriors 2 points behind the Lions atop of the table, a win here for the Warriors at home with a bonus point should be efficient for them to possibly qualify for a home final. Remembering, whoever finishes top of the log hosts the final of the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup Division 1. Now, the Lions are on 23, the Warriors on 20. The Lions are playing Boerland. Absolutely crucial game. Should Boerland be successful there and the Warriors win, that means the Warriors will end up top of the log. But at the moment, we're watching Kerwin Mungaroo goes to lease. A little bit of shape back at the left-hander. Immediately on target is Mungaroo.
Yes, Craig, you alluded to the fact that the decision by the Tuskers to bat first has something to do with the surface that has been used quite a bit of late. Do you think that this famed southwesterly wind has anything to do with the decision to bat first?
It's always known here at Dafabet St George's Park, the southwesterly wind is a batting wind. Mungaroo again. Down the leg side, off the pad, and that'll be the Tuskers opening their account with 4 leg byes. Just needs to tighten up his line, Mungaroo. Can't afford to give too many extras away. The previous game that we did hear from Dafabet St George's, extras in that specific game, that the Warriors won by 11 runs against the Dragons, there were 30 extras. Now, that's like having an extra batsman on your side. Mungaroo, can he adjust his line? Still a little bit too straight. And Least as well. Just waits for the ball onto the bat, turns it to leg.
I think Mungaroo will be encouraged with a little bit of shape that he's getting here from the Duck Pond Pavilion in, Craig.
Yeah, you know, we've seen all season with that southwesterly blowing, as you're looking at that screen, it's blowing right to left. So he will get shape back in at the left-hander. And he's got to be very careful that he doesn't get too straight, because then it provides the opportunity to work it away on the leg side. Noffel now. Better line.
Quite straight that time as well, Craig. It's just the length that was just pulled back slightly.
Yeah, he's not expressed pace, is Mungaroo, and I think he relies on that little bit of movement through the air, and also a hard line, back of a length, into the pitch. That's what he does to try and unsettle the batsman and provide very few scoring shots. Struck on the pad, I think, still drifting down the leg side, a little bit too straight from Mungaroo.
Yeah, that's a good shout, Craig. But up here from the commentary box, certainly seems like the doubt or the benefit thereof had to be given to the batter there. Probably sliding down.
If you're a Warriors supporter, it's out. Mungaroo again. Much better. Much better. Draws the defensive shot out of no fault. That's the end of the first over. And the Warriors, having lost the toss, being asked to field, have conceded 6 in their first over. Now, important games in terms of the league. The Cricket South Africa One Day Cup Division 1. Lions playing Boland. Titans play the Dragons. And it's a situation, the Lions and the Warriors, they are assured finishing in the top 3. Just remember, the format for the playoffs is the side ending first, they host the final. Sides finishing second and third, they will play off to face the side playing first, who came first rather, and host the final. So everything to play for at the moment, Warriors guaranteed of one of those top 3 berths. But it's any number of 5 different sides could possibly make it to that number 3 spot. Titans versus Dragons tomorrow, Lions versus Boland. Oh, crunch games. A little bit too straight that from Gqeberha.
The Warriors, of course, Craig, would want to win this game.
Well, with a bonus point to give themselves some breathing space ahead of the Lions. And I'm sure they're going to keep one eye very closely on what's happening down at Boland Park.
Going straight into that final game would be much easier and more desirable, Craig, than playing in a playoff after having such a good season.
Very much so. Oh, that play in the miss, fishing outside that off stump is Lees. That's well bowled by Gqeberha. You know, home ground advantage is always an asset. It's almost like a 12th player in your side. But not only that, if you look at the success of the Warriors, there's another look at that loose play and miss from Lees. But the Warriors have had a very, very good season. And to have to get to a stage where it becomes a crunch match, the last of the round robin games, tight. Oh, inside edge, almost onto that leg stump. Gets away with it, or come back for the second, will Lees. That's well bowled by Gqeberha.
Craig, if we have a look at the previous delivery from Gqeberha, beautiful. He created the angle coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and the ball just deviated off the surface and just left the left-hander. This delivery, similar length, and just held its line. Just didn't deviate off the surface, and he induced the false stroke. Very good start by Wesley Gqeberha.
Yeah, it's a case of that new ball, new white ball. Remember, there's a new white ball from both ends. Oh, that's a good leave. On about the fifth stump line, 12 left by Lees, 9 without loss. The Tuskers, having won the toss on a used pitch here at Dafabet St George's Park, and they've decided to take first knock. And well, they're going to have to build a big total, because that Dafabet Warriors side, well, a lot of them in very good form, so their batting lineup is quite hectic to bowl to. Look at another delivery from Gqeberha, goes to Lees. And then again. Now, it's interesting to note the Warriors in The batsmen say it's harder to bat at the coast, which is yeah. That's not influence on how they work on the first couple of days of Pakistan. There's no trouble there. None of them were coming around now. Just playing and the reason. No methods of dismissal. From the 30-meter circle. Finish that from Moothee. Having decided to bat, 16 without loss.
And Tuskers will be happy with the start, Craig. It's a long way to go still. However, the Warriors, especially Mangru, has gifted them one or two leg side deliveries, which they've capitalized on. Yeah, he'd want to tighten those lengths and those lines a little bit more. But clearly, Mangru's plan from the duck pond end is to bowl quite straight, wicket to wicket, and force the batters to play.
Pager continues. Good line and length again. And that's the whole object while this ball is still new and hard. Just not giving the batsman any scoring opportunities. But one of the bowlers I look forward to seeing possibly later on, as the Warriors have used him with great success so far in this league, is young Gideon Peters. Genuine pace. And, you know, he's not a tall chap. So he tends to skid the ball at the batsman, but with a lot of pace. Almost a wide, is a wide. Naughty. Gqeberha, one of the slow bowlers that's impressed so far this season. He's had a good run out for the Warriors. Kruger as well, Peters. So there's ample bowling available for the Warriors. Too straight. It's a natural reaction from conceding in the wide the delivery before. And both his left-handers very strong on their legs. They just punch anything with their thigh.
Of course, Beja seems to be a little skiddier than Mangru would be. So there would be a little bit more finger for the runs. Anything too straight. Easy for the batters to just turn it down the corner and take the kissing out.
Yeah, it looks like a well-prepared pitch. No demons exposed yet. Excellent. It's interesting to see the Tuskers have gone with two left-handed batsmen. Because quite often it's normally a right-handed and a left-handed batsman, just to create a bit of awkwardness for the fielding side, having two different strikers.
The traditional thinking of the left-hand and right-hand combination was very simple. It's difficult for the bowlers to set up. Can do the job. Let's have a look. Let's see. Perhaps early days, Craig. What do you think Pascal will be to?
So the first thing that comes to mind is the Tuskers batting lineup. It hasn't been all that successful this season. And looking at the second round pitch, 220. 220.
220.
I remember 50 overs, a long way to go. And I think after the 34th over, when the fielding side gets to choose one bird out of the two being used at the moment, the soft batsman looking to try and hit, so it goes soft quite quickly. And I think on this sort of pitch, it's going to be more difficult to score. As food and drink from the time. On the leg side, and that's where a good fielding captain will just get his bowlers to change their line, look at a fourth stump or almost fifth stump line, and get these left-handed batsmen reaching for the ball. That's ideally what you want. Mangaroo will continue. He's about to start his third over, and he goes to Lees. Oh, brilliant fielding. Looks like Sheila in the gully there. Du Plessis, the wicketkeeper, doing duty in this match. In the past, we've had Sheila and de Villiers performing that function. And that's what a bowler looks for in his fielding side. Virtually brilliantly stopping what had 4 written all over it. And it becomes a dot ball. Just lifts the bowler. Now, clever batting. Just angling the blade, allowing the ball to run off down to third man.
And these first 2 deliveries of this over from Mangaroo, Craig, has been that fifth stump line. And he has brought his offside fielders into play finally.
Now, we've just seen the 2 deliveries so far. He needs to keep it tight for the duration of the over. As long as he doesn't try to do too much in his mind about what variations to use. Sometimes you get the feeling bowlers just try too much. 1 run, no problem. Once again, the strength of Lees and Nuffel off their hip, quite evident.
It's the dawn of the T20 game, Craig, that has brought about this sense that every ball needs to be an event.
Yeah, I think it's also taught the batsmen to take more risk. You know, the old days of occupation of the crease, those are out the window. Look at the type of shots people play nowadays. Or in 2 minds was Lees. Good line and length. Change of pace that from Mangaroo. You know, some of the shots that chaps are playing nowadays. You did that in our day, the coach would have chased you home and made sure you never came back. Now, it's common practice.
Yeah, and the mindset has just changed completely as well.
And that's given the batsman the confidence to turn what had been a dot ball previously, now to look for one. Short sort of extra cover, and then a very short backward point. And one would consider with a new ball that's only 5.5 overs old, those are catching positions. Looking for wickets are the Warriors.
That's where he's got to be. That's where Gqeberha has to consistently be. Fourth stump, fifth stump, inducing false strokes, although that wasn't a false stroke, but it induces a good cricket shot. And that's a good comeback in this over. Now for Gqeberha, it's about closing off the over.
Now that back of a length, just on sort of fourth, fifth stump line, is met with a defensive shot. Now you see he strays a bit too straight. Too easy for a left-hander. He'll come back for the second.
And that's where Gqeberha has also just struggled over the last couple of deliveries. As soon as he's hitting that fourth, fifth stump line, there seems to be a little bit of purchase off the seam. And he's made life difficult for these two left-handers.
Yeah, you just wonder what goes through a bowler's mind as he's walking back to his mark. And, you know, in practice they would have tried rolling the fingers over the ball, the change of pace, out the back of the hand. That's much better. Look at that line. Perfect. You know, and sometimes I think there are so many varieties of deliveries that a bowler can bowl. He can end up confusing himself that he's not 100% confident that he can execute the delivery he wants to. In the meantime, he's walking back and actually doesn't know what type of delivery he's going to bowl because of all the options available in his library. That's a very good finish to the over from Gqeberha. 13 runs he's conceded in his 3 overs, 27 without loss, and the Tuskers going along quite nicely at a rate of 4.5 runs to the over.
Off the back of our discussion earlier, Craig, on just the art of batsmanship, to your point about some of the variations that have come into the game and almost having too much options and too many choices, have bowlers forgotten that even in the 50 over format, they can run in, hit a good line, hit a good length, and be consistent in that area without trying too much?
Yeah, it's a very good point because I think you mentioned it earlier, playing so much 20 over cricket has made batsmen more confident to play shots earlier in the innings. Now, this is the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. Remember, it's 50 overs. 50 overs is a long, long time if you think comparing it to the wham bam of 20 overs. Well bowled.
And given the context of our discussion, Craig, even in 50 over cricket, you have got so much time to actually play yourself in. And at the end of an innings, still strike at 100 plus.
No, sure. I think you've hit the nail on the head in that you've got to play yourself in as a batsman. That once you've played yourself in, then you can accelerate the scoring rate. Because there are just so many overs available to you.
You take de Villiers as an example, the Warriors captain. Starts slowly, builds to a crescendo, makes sure that there are never two new batsmen at the crease. He keeps one end up. And then when it comes to accelerating, he's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You know, in the last 2 months he's had 2 splendid hundreds. And, well, you know, form, it's there all the time. No form now. Timed well. That's what that short cover is there for. As well, that would have stung his hand.
Almost a slight lunge towards that ball by Malcolm Nofal. Just an indication of the nature of the surface as well, Craig. We've alluded to it before. Ball perhaps not coming onto the bat as nicely as the batter would want, and just trying to create a little bit of pace through contact.
Tries again, does Nofal. There's no success. Now, Mungaru's clever bowler as well. His big asset is his change of pace. Rolls his finger over the ball, and consequently the batsman, as Mungaru lets the ball go, batsman decides he's going to play off the front foot, and it's almost as though he's got to wait for it, and he ends up overreaching for it. Now that's clever bowling from Mungaru. 2 deliveries left. He's got to close out well. Now this will frustrate Nofal because he's making good contact with his deliveries and he's hitting straight to fielders.
Credit must go to Mungaru here as well, Craig. Looks like he's now hitting his straps. And he's bringing those fielders that he has in those places for very specific reasons into play.
Yeah, it's called bowling to your field. Last ball of Mungaru's 4th over. Good figures at the moment, 0 for 11. And there you see the short delivery. And Nofal all the time in the world just to run it down to 3rd man. Ends the 7th over, 29 without loss of the Tuskers. Looks like from the Park Drive end, it's going to be a change of bowling. Patrick Kruger, 37 wickets in his career, 75 matches, more than useful bowler. He's almost got the golden arm. Something happens when he's got ball in hand.
And has the potential to be quite effective on the surface that we are playing on today.
Yeah, well, the Warriors, one of their prime objectives is to get amongst the wickets. And the longer this goes on and the Tuskers dig themselves in, the harder it's going to be to get those wickets. So Patrick Kruger, round the wicket, to Nofal. A little bit of pace. Just hurries Nofal out.
Welcome to St. George's Park, Mr. Nofal.
I've always found St. George's Park bowling from the Park Drive-in, because of the slight angle that this whole field is in, you get slightly more bounce bowling from the Park Drive-in, and it's skiddier bounce when you're bowling from the Duck Pond Pavilion end. Very good line and length from Kruger.
And he's a man at the moment, Craig, who is he's in good form, and particularly with a bat. And as cricketers, I think we understand that when one area of your game is on the up, your tail is up, and throwing the ball, you do a job for your team more often than not.
Brilliant all-rounder for the Warriors. Oh, loose shot. Gets away with it, does Nofal. If you look at the batting averages just alone, Patrick Kruger's sitting at number 2 on the complete batting average list for this year's Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. He's averaging 97. All right, it's helped with a couple of not outs, red asterisks, but he's still going out there and doing it. De Villiers at number 4, he's averaging 77. Luteko opening, he's averaging over the 50. Useful players in this Warriors lineup.
And there we go. As we have a look at his List A career, averages 29 at an economy of 5.6. Those are some good figures, those, Craig.
Useful all-rounder. You'll concede a boundary here. You beat the ring, it'll be 4. Very good shot from Nofal.
I don't think Pat would be too unhappy with that, Craig. He has brought the batter forward. It's going to be a difficult track to drive expansively outside the off-stump one. And he's brought the batter forward. He may have just overpitched that slightly, but he has brought the batter forward. And he shouldn't be too unhappy with that.
Yeah, there was just enough width that allowed Norfolk to free his arms. Finds a gap with a tightly congested cover field. Got straight to that line from Kruger with that delivery.
It's a good follow-up delivery, Craig. Having a look at what happened to Wesley Bedja in his first spell. As soon as there was a loose delivery, he tended to stray down the leg side or just be too straight with a follow-up delivery. Patrick Kruger understands the assignment in that follow-up delivery and has just hit that good line, good length, fourth stump, nothing too fancy.
Good fielding again. Batsman unable to get the ball through. So 8 overs gone. 33 without loss. The Tuskers having won the toss and deciding to bat first. Also time for a change of commentary. Joining the commentary team now is Kelly Robbins and with her Abangile Seduma.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Craigie. Ozaki. Good to see you all, mate. Kelly, good morning. How are you this morning?
Good, thanks to you, Evangele.
Oh, good. Beautiful day, good day.
So what do you make of the starts?
They could start this from the Warriors. Better than the start they had. Ooh. That's Nick. Is it going? Yeah. Wesley Badger couldn't get there. It's gone for 4. It's if you look at the field of Patrick Kruger was carrying a slip. Your premier bowler was carrying on there is not carrying a slip. There they nick off and the ball is going down to third man for 4.
You can see this on the replay here. I mean, he knew exactly where he was placing that delivery, that the protection back was far too wide.
It's another one down leg. It's gone to fine leg for 1. Jake Lees, he's made his way to Tuskers. Previously, he's from where he's played for. That's his List A career. That's a good average. That's a 44. At a good strike rate. 150 and 100. High score of 137. That's not bad. He's played up in Pretoria. Old Jake Lees. Remember seeing him first time playing for Tuks. That's another run there for Malcolm Nofel. He's also interested. What's interesting with Malcolm Nofel, after playing for under-19s, South African under-19s, he made his way to New Zealand with Devon Conway and the boys.
Yeah, a few of them headed out there, I believe. I believe a few of them are on the verge of actually qualifying for New Zealand even now. It's not just Devon Conway.
It's a great shot that from Jake Lees. It's found its way to the boundary, chasing it down. Oh, great save from the captain there. Definitely saved the run there. It's a good chase. because this outfield is quite lightning quick. But Matt de Villiers is carrying on for where he left off the last time.
Yeah, well, let's hope it continues that way for the Warriors' sake. On the points of New Zealand, there was also Dean Foxcroft, also born in South Africa. A few of the players have also been plying their trade for the Dutch team while they await their citizenship or their eligibility for New Zealand.
Much better that Mangru pulled his length back a bit there. Yeah, there's quite a lot of South Africans all around the world. I'm sure at one stage when Trotty and KP and them were playing for England, you had about 6 guys that were born in South Africa for playing for England. Phillips also from New Zealand has played, is from South Africa. So we've got a few guys all around the world. Shows the talent that we have. Obviously, not everyone can play for the national team.
It's a much better line there from Kern Mangru as the over comes to a close. And on that note, of the players not all being able to play for the Proteas, I believe in one of the competitions we've had I think we had the most players, most South African, most native-born players of any nation be represented at an ICC event. That included our own team and those representing others.
Yeah, that's great. Let's see if they've changed the field again. I think they've taken the slip out. Because when he started off, I was actually surprised that they took the slip out. They put a slip in there for him. So I see he's out now. Check this. Flicks that one to fine leg. So another one added to the total. This is a much better start than they had against the Dragons the last time we were sitting here. They've pulled the lens back today. Now they started that day was looking for swing. They bowled it fuller, so they were caught it all around. But today they've actually changed it. They're a bit tighter on the lines. If you look at the field, you got 4 offside on the ring and you got 3 on the leg side. So they've been tight on the stumps. And what makes it easier for them as well is that you got 2 left-handers, so you can always stick to your lines and your lengths.
The Northwest University Dragons were playing with a team chock full of left-handers. And they tried to keep the left-hand, right-hand combination going as long as they could keep it going for.
Also in the starting lineup, it's good to see the younger George van Heerden coming back to his home ground after leaving 2 seasons ago to go to play at Southwestern Districts. Remember, he captained SA under 19, played 1 season with the Warriors and left. So it's good to see him back. There's a slip they took out. They could have had a chance and maybe a bit wide there. But that was the main reason they had him there.
Would have been a tough chance. On another note about George van Heerden, I believe he was under the mentorship and coaching of Rory Kleinveld for a while at Marty's. I don't think for more than a year.
It was Ryan Bailey.
Or was it Ryan Bailey at Marty's?
Yeah, he's a coach at Marty's. Yeah. So he did well there while studying. Oh, that's gone through. Okay, let's go through for 2. Yeah, he did. He was playing out. I remember there's a few guys at Rashmi and the boys. They all were playing there at Marty's. He did very well. And then that's when he got a contract there by the Warriors. But he hardly played. And then he moved over to SWD, where he also got a double 100 playing the 4-day game there. So he was captaining as well, the white ball stuff. So he did well. I think Robbie P was always looking out for him. And I think that's why they brought him back here. Okay, that was in the air. And that's the end of the power play. Tuskers, 48 without loss after 10 overs. I reckon they'll be happy that they haven't lost any wickets. But Warriors will also be happy with the start they had. If you look at Kevin Mandru, 5 overs, 21. Wesley Badger, 3 overs, 13. And then Kruger just bowled his second over, he's gone for 10. So that's a good start. I think they'll be happy. The only thing that's missing there is in the wickets column.
You're also going to be looking forward to the introduction of Gideon Peters. Warriors have made it their mission to try to keep him as far away from the power play as possible. But is going to probably come first is going to be Thomas Gqeberha.
I think they've got George van Heerden bowling now.
Oh, George van Heerden.
It's something interesting that Robbie's done. Oh, it's dropped him. Oh, would have been a perfect change that for Matt de Villiers to have George van Heerden coming to bowl. Diving Kashida that cover, missed it.
You just see how close this was.
It's something we saw in Par where Upman opened the bowling as a part-timer. George is also a part-time bowler. So I see he's bowling, he's got 2 lefties and that's why he's bowling right-arm offies. A very good start this on his debut, old George van Heerden.
Very much so. Sort of a surprise package because of the 2 bowlers.
Good start, this 4 dots. Sure, Matt de Villiers wasn't expecting that, but he'll take it anyway. Oh, missed that one. Oh, Patrick Kruger. It's a very good start. That's from, obviously, he's an unknown bowler. I haven't been playing on the Div 2 section, but they're probably going to have a look first and then see what they take from there. If there's any turn or anything else, then they'll look to take him on. Because I know Jack Lees doesn't likes to use his feet and sweep a lot. Nice great cut shot there. So they go through for 2 runs. That's the end of the over. It's gone for 3. Very good start there from George van Heerden.
As a scorer, I can absolutely tell you he motored through that over.
And that's the 50 up for Moothee Tuskers with 69 balls.
Just the 4 fours?
Like I said from the start, the Warriors have been bowling well. But the Tuskers will be happy with that start. Not losing any wickets. Because you've got the likes of Pani, Mokhukane, Erlang. Those others can come in and just play shots. And Zuma, having done their game at Newlands, where they won against Western Province, being 80 for 5, chasing 271, and they got it with 2 wickets in hand. So that middle order is capable of getting big runs.
Just a bit of a chance for the Warriors to regroup as well, since they haven't gotten the success that they were looking for. Keep vocalizing in the field, keep talking, keep being aggressive on the ball, keep.
That's good to see from Patrick Kruger. Just to keep the bat on their toes.
Bending the back a bit.
Yeah. I think the key here will be Thomas Gqeberha on how well he bowls when he comes on. But look how he played against the Titans. Obviously, unfortunately, that game was rained out. But he had 3 wickets already. The ball was turning nicely. So he'll be the key again today because they're using the same wicket. Because I think if you look at all the teams that have played the Warriors, he's been the main key because the people are struggling to pick him. Pick his googly. Bit of mystery about him. So he's nice and controlled. I've seen him grow all the years now. Started from Tucks and he's played a bit for Border, SWD. He's played for my Cape Town. So he's grown in stature and experience. He's got more control now. He's also worked with the likes of Rashid Khan and the likes. So he's done well at this stage. Obviously, the age is on the other side. So, but you've seen Tahir is still playing at 43, so he can still carry on.
I don't think there's a rule of thumb for spinners. I think that as long as they are fit and able to play the game to the highest level, they can continue to play.
I must commend the Warriors this season, how well they've done. T20, they've won that. And they got to the final in the 4-day stuff. And again, they're on the verge of making the playoffs for this 50 over. So it's been a good competition for them, a good season. Because it's difficult to make all 3 finals at a go one season. So they've done well. And that's the end of the over. 54 for no wicket after 12.
Looks like they might be trying to buy a few overs here from George van Heerden. He was going through very quickly, as was Patrick Kruger for a seamer. These are a few very quick overs, and before they know what's happening, 12 overs turns into 15, turns into 20, and you've still got Thomas Carver to face.
I'm sure by now, obviously they look at the first over. I'm sure they're going to have a bit more intent this over. Seeing that he's a part-timer, they would have chatted in the middle to say there's not much turn, even though it's an off-spinner, so we can look to be more aggressive towards it.
Sometimes that's not the worst thing in the world for a bowler, because that's when you get to buy the wickets. The pie and the coke wickets.
So you reckon Matt is looking to buy wickets here? Bowling. I'm sure George wouldn't agree with you on that part. I did create a chance up front from his first ball. I played that from Malcolm Knowful. Obviously, this is Tuskers' last game for the season. They're out of they can't qualify for the playoff. And most probably will be the last game at Division 1.
Well, they really should be able to enjoy themselves then, but they are giving a part-timer a chance to settle here.
I'm sure George has come back to Rugby P and said, guys, I've been bowling up at SWD, give me a shot. Give me a chance here to prove myself. Oh, Gideon Peters. Got an awkward bounce on that one. Oh, they're looking for 2. No. Moothee is quite quick to get to that one. Another quick over that from George van Heerden. So he's going through. That's 59 for no wicket after 13 overs. Two overs, he's gone for 8 runs. That's very good that for the Warriors.
Yeah, and you've got their combined 3 overs between him and Patrick Kruger that have probably taken 10 minutes, if that. Less.
Yeah, I think they're probably looking to be the 5th. That's a 5th bowler option. Because if you look at, you've got Gqeberha and Kaba isn't bowled yet, and Peters. So they are doing the 5th bowler combination here. Whilst these guys are not looking to be aggressive, then just get those overs in and then you get your main bowlers in.
Perhaps it's a case instead of the Warriors allowing the game to drift, the Warriors allowing the batsmen to drift. So before they know it, they're slightly behind the 8 ball.
What's also been good from Matt de Villiers is actually keeping that extra guy, because you know you're allowed 4 outside after the power play, but he's kept that extra guy and just to put more pressure on the batters. So that's not an easy single to go through there. You must actually force a shot through there. So they're actually doing well, and the bowlers are backing it up by bowling nice and tight to the stumps. They're keeping a nice back of the length there, so that they force the guys. If you look at the field, you've got a third man, fine leg, and a square leg back. So you can't be pitching the ball up. You've got to go back of the length, which is what Patrick Kruger is doing very well right now.
Just banking on his experience here.
Remember, this guy's coming from Pietermaritzburg. The wickets there are similar to what they play on. So this one is similar to what they play on there. So they shouldn't have a problem taking it on later on.
Wonder what the dimensions are in comparison.
Okay, Patrick Kruger will be important to close off the over now. Because I see he's dropped the sweeper down. So we'll need to close it off how we started it. So that puts more pressure on Lees and Nofel. I think at the drinks break they'll probably send a message out. Coach Ahmed Amla. Say maybe guys it's time to step it on. Oh, that's a bad ball. That's a bad ball. Oh, that's gone for 4. Little glide there down. Is it Jack Lees? I do could give them a relief for the Tuskers. They haven't had a 4 in a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, just strength, sound leg just gets a little tickle on it, and it goes racing away down to the boundary. There was a pressure let off that was unnecessary from the Warriors.
And that's the end of it. 66 without loss after 14 overs. What is important that they're keeping wickets in hand. So it's good to see the Tuskers grinding it out. As we see all the Peter slimming up. Still carrying on with George van Heerden. Hasn't done too badly. Jack Lees looking for a dinky shot there. Past the short third man, but there was not enough pace on the ball there.
Well backed up by the fielder.
I must say, this is not bad for a part-timer. What George has done here, keeping it quiet from the duck pond inside. Oof. Another dot. Seems like Gqeberha is in the firing line today. He's stopped quite a few from that region there.
He has indeed. At this stage, I don't think they'd mind that single. Having already, 3 dot balls. We need 2 runs off the over so far, 1 ball to go.
Oh, good finish to the over. Very good. He had to make up after Patrick Kruger bowled the previous over and his last ball going for 4. And that's the end of the 15th. 68 without loss. And there's a change in commentary. Welcome back, Craig Stir. Let's see it.
Thank you very much, Abongile. The Moothee Ram Tuskers, having won the toss, deciding to bat first on a used pitch, 68 without loss. And their run rate has been fairly average at about 4.5 runs to the over. What's more worrying for the Warriors is they need to get amongst the wickets. And at the moment, it doesn't look like it. Peters now into the attack. He's been impressive so far in the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup, Division 1. He can be quick.
And what a sight it is, Craig, to see a young fast bowler running in and just bolting them down as quickly as he can.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get the support out of this Dafabet St. George's Park pitch as much as he has in the past.
Some very, very impressive numbers there for a young, inexperienced fast bowler, if we can call him that. An average of 23, just a touch under 24, and not a bad economy rate at all.
There's an indication of the pace of this pitch. All the time in the world for Lees just to push that delivery away for the single.
So, not an overly impressive run rate from the Moothee Ram Tuskers. However, they have gone about their business quietly and in a controlled manner. They've given very few chances, if any at all. And at times, the Warriors' bowling has been quite ordinary. And they backed themselves here, Craig, to perhaps add 20 or 30 runs to that par score of 220 that we discussed earlier.
Yeah, it's a perfect foundation for the rest of the Tuskers batting lineup. One wonders just how deep the Tuskers can bat, because as that scoring rate accelerates, so the risk is increased and you tend to lose a couple of wickets. But the benefit for the Tuskers at the moment, they've got wickets in hand. Opening partnership of 69 so far, absolutely perfect foundation. Just an indication of just how short Peters had to pitch that delivery to get it above shoulder height.
Somewhat of a tennis ball bounce on that delivery. Harmlessly sailed over the batter's head. And as you mentioned, what looks to be a very, very decent platform to build from through this Moothee Ram Tuskers innings. They have looked to actually play themselves in. Batsmanship.
Yeah, 50 overs. It's a long game in today's cricket concept. There's another indication of absolutely hardly any pace in this pitch.
Nofal is striking at roughly 50%. He'd want to get that strike rate up as his innings progresses. However, he has been largely untroubled through his innings so far.
Look, it strikes me as the sort of pitch that it's difficult to get out on, but you're not exactly going to run away with a scoring rate with the ball coming beautifully onto the bat to be able to play those flowing shots. So it's sort of in between sort of playing surface. That'll be wide.
You'll have to re-bowl that one, Mr. Peters.
Well, the power play finished after 10 overs, so only 4 men allowed outside the circle. 5 inside, 3 on the off, 2 on the leg side. You've got sweepers out wide on both sides. .16 overs gone, 71 without loss. Tuskers possibly looking the happier of the two combatants at the moment.
Certainly, Craig. I don't think that the Tuskers change room would be at all unhappy with what they see playing out in front of them. A very, very good steady start by their opening batters. I'm sure landing at Chief David Steerman International Airport, they would have taken 71 for none with 16 overs being bowled.
Oh yeah, sprinted and run away with it. You just wonder, with the Tuskers sort of on the table, Cricket South Africa table, because they can't qualify for any form of playoff, you just wonder if the Warriors were thinking, well, they're going to come down to our fortress, Dafabet St George's Park, and they're going to capitulate. No, they won't. Look at the score. Good fielding.
Van Heerden has been a bit of a surprise package so far. Been very tidy in his 3.2 overs.
De Villiers, his hands must be red hot warm by this stage, fielding in that position, the ball being thumped to him the whole time.
Van Heerden keeping it tight. Just the 1 run off his 4 balls so far in his 4th over. He'd want to continue, close off the over quite well.
Now gets away with that. A lot of flight given to that delivery. And Lees, once again, just finds the fielder. Now full toss deserves to be punished, just the single. Van Heerden will be happy with that. His 4 overs have cost 12. 17 overs gone. Tuskers 73 without loss.
And Craig, before we've blinked or had a chance to, that over was completed.
You see there next to the 73 without loss, 17 overs have been bowled. We're a third of the way through the Tuskers innings. So in terms of their approach to batting, possibly getting the better of this Dafabet St George's Park pitch, oh, they'll be happy. They've got wickets in hand, so they will be able to provide an onslaught later on. That's looped up. Du Plessis takes the catch. Looks like Peters' pace has done Lees, and he's blasted. That's a very welcome wicket for the Warriors. Peters in his 2nd over strikes.
And Lees departs for 38. And his 38 runs came took him 48 balls to score. He'd be very, very disappointed in that. He'd gotten himself in. And as soon as we've mentioned, Craig, the wickets column, one goes down.
Well, that was a quick delivery. Completely beaten for pace was Lees. And a second-hand pitch like the one they're playing on, cross-batted shots will always be a risk because there will be variable bounce. And that was the downfall of Jack Lees. Warriors happy, they've got the first wicket on the board. Coming into bat, Cameron Shackleton, 16 matches, 281 runs, and a highest score of 88. Possibly not as experienced, playing in the Division 1 format. Coming in at number 3 for the Tuskers, very important position. Useful average.
Obviously at the beginning of his Division 1 career, averaging 28. He'd want to get that up as his career progresses, as well as his strike rate. Hasn't crossed the 100 threshold yet, but he has scored 250s in his short fledgling career.
So you wonder why there's no play a third of the way. It's a drinks break. Tactics being discussed amongst the Warriors camp in terms of the bowling attack. The batsman It's a case of keep doing what you've been doing for the last 17 overs.
And what has happened since the end of this first power play is that there has been a steady drop in the run rate of the Moothee Ram Tuskers.
Yeah, it's always been above 4, but you want to slow that run rate down. The best way of doing it is taking wickets. And Gideon Peters' wonderful season continues. The breakthrough for the Warriors. Sort of Noffel at the crease, give you an idea of how difficult it might be. He's batting at a strike rate of 50, 27 or 54 balls. So it hasn't been all skittles and plain sailing for the Tuskers batsmen.
And so far, Craig, we've seen relatively short spells of bowling by the Dafabet Warriors bowlers. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's the only tactic you can use on a pitch that I don't think quite benefiting the bowlers, and it's not quite benefiting the batsmen. You know, it's, as I said earlier on, it's a sort of pitch that you struggle to get out on, but you'll also struggle to score runs consistently.
Just as you're about to tell yourself that the surface is quite benign, there's just a little something in it. Just a ball that holds up in the surface, or one that just rushes the batter like Gideon Peters' wicket, or even when Patrick Kruger was bowling, just one or two deliveries actually rushed the batter.
Peters again, tail up, wicket in hand. Play and a miss from the new batsman. Shackleton, nervous start for him.
And as we've seen, Craig, all too often in South African cricket, does the quick bowler not often just inject some type of energy and excitement into the attack all of a sudden?
Yeah, desperately needed was that wicket for the Warriors. Caution from Shackleton.
It's a very, very good follow-up delivery. Two very good follow-up deliveries after the wicket ball. Making Shackleton play outside the off stump. Very good line, very good length. Peters would want to continue, close the over off for his team.
Now he'll get himself off the mark. That'll do his psyche a world of good. There's this big electronic scoreboard here at Dafabet St. George's Park. While you're at the crease, you keep looking up and there's a great big 0 against your name. And the worst thing in terms of aim for the batsman is to get rid of that 0 as quickly as possible, which Shackleton has done.
Peters to continue coming around the wicket to Noffel, who is a left-hander.
That sort of pace, all defence. It's good bowling from Peters.
Noffel nicely in behind that, striking at just a touch under 50. I wonder what would be going through his mind right now. Does he continue as he is? Does he look to up the ante? What's going through the head of Malcolm Noffel as we speak?
Well, having lost a wicket to break that partnership, a little bit of consolidation, get your new batsman in to feel as comfortable as possible. It's a very good over that from Peters. His second is completed. 1 for 4. And the Tuskers, having decided to bat first when they won the toss, 74 for 1, 18 overs gone.
the Warriors will feel like they have a good measure of control over this matchup at the moment. Steady decline in that run rate of the Moothee Ram Tuskers. And of course, we know what a steady decline in run rate causes in a batting lineup.
Yeah, it just means that the batsmen who are at the crease and those to follow are put under more pressure because of that run rate, and therefore have to take bigger risks in executing shots, and that's when wickets can fall. The Warriors are renowned for their fielding. The whole season, it's been right out of the top drawer.
And Craig, all too often we see that championship sides, teams who win tournaments, have the best fielding record.
Yeah, well, you know, the way the game has evolved, especially the white ball game, you can't just be a batsman or a bowler. You've got to be an all-rounder. That's too short, pulled away. So to be considered an all-rounder, you've got to be able to field well. If you're bowling and batting, it's another bow in your armour, and you just can't afford to carry anybody in this format of the game. Struggling with length, Van Heerden.
He has been a bit fortunate, Craig. He's gotten away with it on a few occasions, and figures remain largely unaffected by that.
Yeah, well, he's only giving away a single per bad delivery. And a run a ball, in other words, 6 runs and over, well, you're quite happy with that. There's an indication Van Heerden's over. 3 dot balls, 3 singles. Warriors quite happy.
And of course, the scoreboard not really ticking over the last few overs. There has been the breakthrough. You've got a batting unit or 2 batters at the crease who haven't been able to put the bad ball away from the part-time spinner. And a surface where you're never quite in. So it looks like the Moothee Ram Tuskers have it all to do here from a batting perspective.
Yeah, they're not getting the boundary balls. You know, and the Warriors are quite happy. Give 1 run away. If it's a bad delivery, give a run away. But stop the boundaries. Peters again. From the Park Drive in. 1 for 4, his figures. To Shackleton. Once again, a leading edge from Shackleton. Loops out into the offside.
Just a little something in it for Gideon Peters running in from the Graham Pollard Pavilion end. He's troubled the batters on that length, and on that occasion they managed to scurry through for the single. But it would give, especially the new batter at the crease, it would give Mr. Shackleton something to think about when facing Gideon Peters.
Peters quick enough that the batsman's got to make his mind up forward or back very quickly. The last thing you want to allow happen is to get caught on the crease. That's where Peters is very dangerous because the ball skids at you. Not a good line, that previous one. Extras number 9.
And just going back to that, to the previous delivery, that length that Peters hits, it's tough to play the cross-batted, pull a hook shot on that, and it's also very tough to turn that ball around the corner for a single. You've got to get in behind it with a nice straight bat, just because there's a little something in the surface.
Oh, that's a little bit too straight. It's been doing that all morning, Malcolm Nafal. Yeah, you'd rather bowl at the new batsman while he's trying to get himself settled. So now it's a case of making sure that Shackleton stays at that end and you can bowl at him for the remainder of the over. 3 runs, single runs have been scored. Here's an indication of the pace of Peters. Causes Shackleton to play from the crease. Lack of foot movement. Lucky to get bat on it in time.
And it's that length again, Craig. The length, and of course the line that's just tucked him up a little bit, and making life quite challenging at the moment for Shackleton. And you have at the moment the part-time off-break bowler bowling from the Duck Pond Pavilion end, and then you've got Gideon Peters' express pace. It might just be a combination that works out quite well for the Warriors.
Yeah, especially if the man with the pace is tying you up and restricting the scoring. Now this could be out, straight to the fielder. Peters gets a second. Shackleton's gone. The Tuskers lose their second wicket with a score on 80. Brilliant bowling.
As we have a look at that dismissal again. He seemed just a bit tucked up for space there. Perhaps a delivery, one could say, that deserved to be put away.
But we've said it so often, on this used pitch, the squarer you try and play each delivery, the more risk you're taking, because the bounce, I don't think, is quite consistent. So you take a risk the moment you play either the cut, the pull, the hook. Well, the batsman's taking a chance. And so it's proved now with both wickets that have fallen for the Tuskers. And all to Gideon Peters with his pace.
And in comes Andile Mogokane, a cricketer who will be well familiar with Dafabet St. George's Park and these conditions. And having a look at his numbers there, 37 innings, 620 runs at an average of 16. He's a better batter than that. He's a better cricketer than that. He'd want to get those numbers up, and an opportunity today to show what he's worth, what he's made of.
Certainly. 30 overs and 2 deliveries remain in the match. So he's got all the time in the world to play himself in and create a stranglehold on these Warriors bowlers. And it's the whole case of, if the Warriors can get 1 wicket, they can get 2, maybe 3. And that's when the slide starts for the batting side.
His team would need him to match, at the very least, that highest score of 78 of his in his List A career.
You know, when you compare the Tuskers batting lineup to that of the Warriors have been successful in their campaign so far this season because they've always had one batsman that has kept his end up, and he's provided the foundation. So you've never had 2 new batsmen at the crease, because that's when the batting side really goes backwards.
And they've had at least 1 batter in the top 4, more often than not, that has been set between overs 35 and 50.
Well, in the first couple of games, Brzezinski, and the latter part of the campaign has been de Villiers. And that's why the Warriors have been so successful, both here at Dafabet St. George's Park and away from home. But that was a little bit of a freebie. Welcome to the pitch, son.
And Mogokane scores his most important run of his innings so far to get off the mark. 81 for 220 overs bowled. That run rate of 4.1 now looking more like our prediction of 220 on this Dafabet, or at least on the St. George's Park wicket this afternoon.
Now, who continues for the Warriors? Wesley Beja, 3 overs, cost him 13 runs. Van Heerden, given a break. Van Heerden's 5 overs, costing just 15 runs. 81 for 2, 20 overs gone. Now Beja comes in for his second spell. 1 for 13 in 3 overs. Can he try and eke out another wicket for the Warriors?
A matchup that's very, very evenly poised at the moment. by no means are the Moothee Ram Tuskers in any sort of trouble here. By no means are they out of this game. They've gotten a good start. They still have wickets in hand.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think that the batsmen are not feeling comfortable, nor the bowlers.
It's a good-looking stroke from Andile Mogekane. Of the Tuskers batters so far, he's the only one in his 3 deliveries that he has faced that I have seen that is actually positive and coming forward to the balls and not getting stuck on the crease.
Oh, because of the possibly uneven bounce, you want the batsman coming forward to your deliveries, but if the ball does stop on the batsman, then he's providing the chance. Met with a solid bat of Mogekane.
He'll know these conditions well, Craig, a man who has spent some of his career down here with the Dafabet Warriors. Not overly surprising that he is navigating these few deliveries as well as he is.
No, he's got lots of overs remaining. He can play himself in. It's not a case of boom, bang, crash and start chasing every attacking shot in the book. That's too risky with 2 wickets down, falling so quickly. Good looking shot. No result for the batsman though.
And interestingly so far, not a lot of lateral movement off the surface.
Yeah, when I looked at the pitch coming across to the commentary box, it looked a different pitch. It was used. You could see the previous marks from previous games. And then little areas of sort of rolled in grass. Another positive shot with no result from Mogekane. And this is a nice tight over from Wesley Beja so far. It's got to keep it tight, these 2 remaining deliveries. Now the batsman's under pressure. He knows he's faced 4 dot balls. One of his prime objectives, batting with somebody that's been there since the beginning, is to rotate the strike. Now, does he take a risk trying to look for that single? Because boundaries are few and far between. Well bowled. And for the first time in the innings so far, the run rate has dropped below 4. So it just shows you want to rein the scoring rate in, take wickets, and it'll drop significantly. 3.9 the run rate now, suiting the Warriors down to the ground.
And Beja doing very, very well in this over so far to make sure that he follows one good ball up with another good ball. Hitting the same areas, good lines, good lengths. He struggled a bit with that in his first spell.
Tries and looks for the Yorker. And a maiden over. Very well bowled by Wesley Beja, 81 for 2.
Very good over, Craig, as you've mentioned. But also, the defining aspect of that over for me was he brought the batter forward. He brought the batter forward. He made him play on the front foot. He tested his defense. And I think followed up one good ball with another good ball. And that was the hallmark of that over for me. Well bowled, Wesley Beja.
You bring the batsman forward. He's looking to play that attacking shot, because the moment a batsman gets onto the front foot, he thinks, oh, I've got a scoring opportunity. The ball's just not quite there to score off. And consequently, it was a very good over by Beja. Now, the leg spin of Thomas Gqeberha. He makes things happen. It's been a power of strength in the middle overs for the Warriors so far this season.
Absolutely, and he's really been consistent, and the role that he has played for his team is perhaps understated.
81 for 2. Gqeberha into the attack. He'll be going to Norfolk. Norfolk been there for an awful long time. Drops it on a ticky immediately, Thomas Gqeberha. Look at that, 88 wickets. For a leg spinner, look at their economy. I think that's the most impressive. Below 5, very good. Two pearlers so far.
And those are numbers that any Division 1 side in South Africa would be happy to have a player who comes with that type of profile.
Now they'll sneak a single, because there was a slip brought in which created a man short out on that offside.
And with his spinners, even with George van Heerden, he ran through his overs so quickly and kept the scoring down. And when you look up at that big scoreboard as a batter, and these overs are just ticking over, but the scoreboard's not ticking over, that just adds to the pressure.
Yeah, sure. Proportionate to the pressure is risk as a batsman. Gqeberha again, going to Mogokane. Over the wicket. Very good line again from Gqeberha, drawing the defensive shot from Mogokane. One run off the over so far. It's been a goodie.
And Mogokane has looked largely untroubled in his 10 balls at the crease. However, he'd want to get that strike rate up.
He looks untroubled at the crease because it's the sort of pitch that if you play correctly in a line, you'll struggle to get yourself out on. Oh, that's got through on the leg side. It'll run away for the boundary. And it's a wide boundary. So 5 added to the cost of Thomas Gqeberha's over so far, and he's got to re-bowl it. Welcome boundary for the Tuskers. Almost seems an age ago that we saw a boundary. But what is worrying for the Warriors? Once again, the extras climbing. 14 already so far. That's Bolden. What a beautiful delivery. Mogokane, he was done in the flat by Thomas Gqeberha. The third wicket for the Tuskers falls. And this is what we were saying. If you can get 1 wicket, you can get 2, maybe 3. And this is exactly what the Warriors wanted. The slide has started, even though Gqeberha got those wides against his name. The wicket more important. 87 for 3.
Oh, yes. Just done him in the flight there. It looks like it's just a bit of a top spinner that he's bowled there and just dipped on the batter and sort of got him playing the wrong length there. Very good delivery. 87 for 3 are the Moothee Ram Tuskers as Andile Mogokane departs.
Now, perfect time for a new commentary pair. We've got Kelly Robbins and Abogendla Suduma to take you for the next passage of play.
Thank you, gentlemen. You got us some wickets there. You got us 3 wickets. You got the 3 wickets there as a bowling team. As you see, Michael Erlang, very experienced, 121 matches, 15 50s, 100. Manu Hill is from Kimberley, age 35 now. I remember playing against him as well when he started off. That's the average. Obviously can go up because he bats up in the top order, but the man has been around. He's shown his experience. He's captained the side as well. Went from Kimberley, he went to St. Andrews College in Bloemfontein. So he's been around, played for the Knights for a long time. But then he moved to the coast, and then he's been playing for the Tuskers for a while now as well. Like I see, he's captain as well. So that's a very good start that from Thomas Gqeberha. I'm sure Andile didn't pick that googly. It's very difficult to pick that googly, especially because he bowls it with a scrambled seam. So a lot of people struggle to actually pick that one up.
Oh, he's just picking up where he left off against the Titans in their Randolph fixture, as well as against Northwest University Dragons.
Okay, Wesley Badger, he started off from the duck point and bowled a maiden the previous over. I think let's also commend Matt de Villiers for bringing him quite late, Thomas Gqeberha, and making sure that the Tuskers are under pressure. Now they need to play, and he's come with this mystery, and he will pick up wickets. So that's a very good tactic there from Matt de Villiers to actually do that and bring him later on, and then so that he can pick up wickets from there.
It was a good option bringing, in the absence of Seniran Mutisami, bringing on, George van Heerden to make up the difference with Patrick Kruger. Together they've bowled the 9 overs for 35 runs. So they've really put a stranglehold on the scoring ambitions of the Tuskers.
Yeah, he was always going to leave a big hole of Sen Mutisami. Played that, tucked around the corner there by Nofel. He's been in there for a while now. Faced over 60 balls already. His first 64 balls only gone for 31. So he's been around. Now he should actually be talking to his partners to say which where to look to play and all of that, because now he's used to the wicket. I mean, to have faced over 64 balls, you should be used to the wicket now. But the Warriors are not letting him go at all, because they're keeping it nice and tight.
Another dot ball from Wesley Badger. That's his third in this over. Just the one single so far. Something Matthew de Villiers will be very, very happy with. I think it's just a case of the Warriors probably winning that strangle race out of the bowlers. Just giving nothing away.
Up there, through the gap there was no sweeper. Titeko after it, and it reaches the boundary. 4 runs for Michael Erlang to get off the mark. Very streaky there, but still goes for 4. They don't say in the scoreboard, they don't in the scorecard, they don't say streaky. They just write 4 runs.
To be fair, we would write the zone in there, so it could look borderline streaky, but that was a good effort, nevertheless. As we watch a replay of that, good effort there by the Teko.
Looks like Michael Lang has come with intent. Both his balls is faced. He's actually gone hard at them. Looks like he wants to change the tone of the game with intent. Okay, that's the end of the over. Tuskers are 92 for 3 after 23 overs. Michael Nofo on 31. Michael Elanga's only faced 3 balls, is on 4.
You can see them having a bit of a chat in the middle, obviously. Probably about what you discussed. A bit more intense, especially on the part of, Malcolm Nofo, who might want to be playing a bit more of an anchor role. And Michael Erlang, who has played at St. George's Park plenty of times, knowing full well what it would take to play a slightly more attacking role at this venue.
I'm sure with seeing Michael Young, he's probably going to deploy now the sweep shot because he loves to reverse sweep and sweep. But the thing with that, you got to be able to pick which way it's going. You could struggle if you don't pick which way it's going, which is what has Gqeberha done throughout the season, that the guys are struggling to pick him.
I can see somebody standing like they're at fine leg. So if you miss hits, who knows? Might not end well.
It's good to see Gqeberha is bowling quite a tight line. And it's not easy with this bowling action. But what he's done well is actually keep it very tight. And he's very well controlled. He's controlling his pace and his line. The length has also been good, getting the players to go forward. Cuts that one now, no full. But Mo Manaka right there at the bottom. At sweeper, it collects that one. Only one run.
Not afraid to let the one go. I see they have kept the slip in. Matthew de Villiers is standing right there behind his keeper.
Yeah, that'll be stock bowler. So that's why you must have that keeper, that slip there. Let's flick that one out. Erlang, 1 for 1. Which is good to see, man. We've seen Noful been bogged down here, but Erlang looks like the intent is showing. Might rub off on Noful as well.
Yeah, this is where the Warriors should take care to keep the fielding very aggressive.
Good stuff. That's from Gqeberha. Because what can allow also Matt de Villiers to give him a longer spell from that end, blocking of that end, with Major doing a good job this side at the duck pond end as well. So that will put more pressure on the Tuskers. Oh, that's going straight to the keeper. What is the umpire? Warren Wygart going to signal here? 4 bars. 4 bars it is.
Unfortunately, that goes straight down the column of poor Jean du Plessis down behind the stumps. But nevertheless, well bowled by Thomas Gqeberha yet again.
I tell you what, I've seen a guy called Noor Ahmed. He plays for Afghanistan and Durban Super Giants, where his own keepers don't even pick him which way it's going. So sometimes as a keeper, if you're not watching which way it's going, then you're going to struggle. I remember back in the days when I was still keeping, so we always had a signal when the bowler is going to bowl a googly, so that I know which way it's going. Because sometimes when these spinners go splendid seam, it's difficult to pick which way it's going to go. So if you always had that signal of, okay, I'm bowling a googly now, then I'll be ready. Another streaky one there from Michael Lang. That's gone for 4. Down to third man. Big edge that's gone for 4. Nevertheless, they all count.
He's definitely here to up the ante with that 4 runs.
And that brings up the 100 for the Tuskers of 151 balls, only with 7 fours, 2 streaky ones from Michael Elang. So that means they haven't scored boundaries in a while.
They all count the same on the scorebook. You're the one who said that.
I think basically he was trying to go over the top with that one. They got the thick outside edge here. That one that went for 4. This one was more controlled, guiding it down to third, and the old dinky shot there.
You were talking about the challenges of keeping to the spinner. I still remember you keeping back in the day. I used to sit in the old stand and watch the game as no one else would.
Yeah, there wasn't much mystery those days. I see now everyone is going for this mystery, Chinaman and all that. Because I remember playing against Paul Adams for the first time. I said it was difficult. I couldn't pick which way it was going. I just used my broom. I just swept everything that was coming my way. Because he was tough, he was difficult too. So he was always going So the guys were telling me, if it's on line on off stump, then it's coming in. If it's on middle stump, it's going away. I'm not even seeing that. I'm just sweeping. Shames was the same when he started off. So it's never easy to pick those kind of bowlers. Great shot. Great shot that. From Malcolm Norfolk. I think it's first 4 he's hit in ages. So to find the gap, like I said, it's rubbing off Michael Elang's intent. It's rubbing off Michael Norfolk now.
Can definitely see that. Obviously, when a conversation was sent out, a message was sent out, they had the conversation in the middle during their drinks break, during the little meet-up after they lost the wicket, and it has suddenly, well, I wouldn't say rocketed up the race achieved, but it's getting up there in a long game.
What's the umpire saying now? It's gone down. It's dipping on him. Yeah, so sometimes it just takes 1 or 2 shots and then the mindset changes. Even with the bowlers, as soon as you show a bit of intent, they start changing their lines, start changing their lengths. Now the sea is going to a slow ball now, where previously he was just hitting the deck hard, going back off a length. Now with those 2 fours, now he's changing the way he's thinking now, which is good enough from the Tuskers side.
From the bowling side's perspective, and this is the end of the over. It's 107 for 3 after 25. From the bowling side, it's where you don't want to do anything too drastic. You want to stick to your basics. You want to stick to what made you successful before. You don't want to try anything too outrageous, too over the top.
Because obviously as a bowling side, you're always looking for 2 dots. If you can get more, then it's a bonus. So you always look for 2 dots, especially up front and closing off the over. But batting side, if you always to look at take the first 2 balls, just to put the bowler under pressure. I'm sure now Matt de Villiers will bring his strike bowler back again. Gideon Peters for 1 or 2 overs, just to see if he can strike again, and especially getting Michael Norfolk's wicket. Ooh, found the edge there. Very well bowled that from Thomas Gqeberha. It's got between slip and the keeper. And they're going through for 2 runs. Oh, it's pies. Missed everything. What's happening there with Jean?
Usually, I mean, I might have jinxed him, days ago when I said his keeping against the spinners has been much better against the seamers. But, hopefully, knock on wood.
It just feels to me that Matt de Villiers might be too wide there at slip. Maybe 1 foot closer to Jean, they might actually be able to cover all of that. Because I don't think it's turning that much to be so square. So you need to be a bit tighter to Jean there, so that you're waiting for those finer edges there.
Yeah, obviously you do want to. You do want the Warriors to be more aggressive on their fielding, which might include, Matthew de Villiers taking maybe a few steps slightly squarer, slightly closer to Jean, maybe half a step forward. Oh, do you think that was a chance or just short?
Another tight over this from Thomas Gqeberha. He's also done the rounds though, Thomas Gqeberha. Starting off at Northerns, playing for Tuks. He's played down at Border, SWD. So he's done his rounds. So that's a very... And I've been told by Jay that he's from Office. It's a massive score, that office, eh? That's 111 for 3 after 26 overs.
Are we going to lift our feet?
In the case of Nelson, do you believe in that, Nelson?
Yes.
Remember David Shepherd used to hop as an umpire there. As we spoke about Gideon Peters coming back looking to strike, and Matt de Villiers has brought him from the duck pond, and remember he started off from the Grand Polo Pavilion side on the Park Drive. But now he's come from the duck pond end to see if he can strike again. His overs have gone 2 for 8 in 3 overs. Smash summary: Jack Lees, page 8. Michael Nofo is on 37, Erlang on 11, and Shackleton is gone for 4. Carbo 1, Gideon Peterson 2 for 8. George Van Heerden a surprise package, not for 15 and 5. And Kieran Mangro, not for 21 and 5. That's how it's going so far at Dafabet, St. George's Park. It's all played that from Michael Nofo. Soft hands, just using his wrist to get it between point and cover. And they cruise through for 1.
Now I think Malcolm Nofo becomes a particularly important wicket because he seems to have found his groove there with a partner who's complementing him. Almost felt a little bit like he and Jack Lees were almost carrying each other.
Up in the air, all taken. Great strike that from Gideon Peters as Matt de Villiers brought him back on to strike again, and he does it again. Another short ball, caught at mid-wicket by George Van Heerden, getting his first catch for the Warriors. It's a very good bumper that at the throat height level is difficult to control. Well done there, Gideon Peters, for striking again. It was quite high up, difficult to control. Not so quick the wicket, so it's always going to be tough to control those ones. Michael Erlang goes for 11, having faced 11 balls with 2 fours.
The dangerous Michael Erlang as well. He was, the moment he came out there, you saw Malcolm Nofo become comfortable, become more assured. He had an experienced partner, and he made 11 runs in the 18 minutes he was out there, off 11 balls with 2 fours. Now we're in with the young Matthew Urquhart.
Yeah, Matthew Urquhart is playing his
First season.
He made his debut. I was standing there that game against the Titans in a 4-day game where he got 98. Unfortunately, there's the one to give him out on 98. So unlucky, would have made his 100 debut. But he comes from the Colts side and the academy of the Tuskers. He's done well. They told me he also played rugby for the Coasters or for Natal. So he's quite an athlete.
What position do you reckon?
Now they say he played what flank? Was it flank? I think, yeah.
Certainly not in the back line. It's a strong looking boy. Strong looking young man, that one.
And you can hit it for, believe me. I saw a few big sixes that day that Marisburg over. He also shows intent early, so he's not going to be hanging around a lot.
I think I've seen him at one of the Kai Majola weeks before. Hits a long ball.
So unfortunately, the last game he played at Newlands, he was up first ball, LBW, to Dane Patterson.
If anybody knows how to manipulate Newlands or how to use the seam in the swing, it's Mr. Dane Patterson.
So now Tuskers are more under pressure now. So which is more crucial that no full bats through. Seeing all his wickets fall around him. So every time he comes back, Gideon Peters he strikes, which is a good thing that for Matthew de Villiers to have an Amory there.
The thing that I like about him is that he doesn't seem to have a preferred end at St George's. He has been striking from Duck Pond end, from the Park Drive end. He has been bowling bumpers, Yorkers, back of the length deliveries. Those niggly ones just outside off.
So bald again. First time I saw Gideon Peters was at Cubs Week in Stellenbosch, where he played for Titans there. And I did all 5 games of Titans that week, and I saw enough of him that week to say this man has got the future because he was bowling quite quick. And I see today he's sacrificed a bit of pace for line and length. As you can see, he's not really running every ball like he usually does. Looks like he wants more control because of the wicket as well. Remember, it's a used wicket.
A lot of that is maturity as well, as bowlers get older. And that brings an NSAR over, 113 for 4, after 27.
And you must also remember, I'm sure the Lions have got their eye on this game as well. They're starting at 1 o'clock, up down there in Paarl. So the permutation will be, if the Lions win that game, then they'll have the home final. And if they lose that game and Warriors win, yeah, they'll have the home final. So 2 big games for those 2 provinces to host the big final on Sunday. Or whoever comes second then will host the qualifier on Wednesday the 25th. So very 2 crucial games here. And then there in it's a Super Sport Park, we'll have Titans and Dragons. And they're both on 14 points. So whoever wins that will go third. Ooh, down leg. So whoever wins that one will come down to either to St George's Park or to the Wanderers, depending on what happens later on today with the 2 games.
Must say what a pity the last game was a washout. Could have made things interesting. Or sewn it up.
Nah, but that's one thing you can't control, the rain. We also need that as well. Ooh. Looks like Matt is struggling to pick Thomas Gqeberha. He doesn't know which way it's going at the moment.
I mean, Matthew Oak's a young player. You unlikely would have faced much of a player of Thomas Gqeberha's caliber before.
Another one looking to whip it through mid-wicket, but it's gone googly, so it takes the outside edge here. Yeah, those ones are really tough to face. If you look at the modern batters now, what they'll do is they'll go back on the back foot just to read it off the wicket. But the length is bowling, it'll be difficult to actually go back and play it off the back foot. Another dot ball.
I wonder if this might not put Malcolm Knopfel under an additional amount of pressure.
Yeah, but he's got to go through it though. He's been there for 27.5 overs. He's got to guide his side through. If he gets out now, that puts more pressure on the Tuskers. Pawnee coming in next. He had a very good one at Newlands where he got 89 not out. And then Zuma as well. Batted well with them there. He got 52.
Does it not surprise you, the decision to send Urquhart ahead of, you know, Parnell or Zuma, or, you know, he's more in the form of a Hardest-full unit at this stage. Somebody more established. Someone like Parnell who knows this ground like the back of his hand.
I think they probably see Pond as more the finisher than Zuma, because they can, from the start, from the word go, they can hit boundaries and stuff. So they want to give the youngster a chance to have a look as a, maybe explode if he can.
I mean, I do like the idea of giving the youngster a freebie. Especially since this is a game that isn't going to matter in terms of opposition for them. As long as they allow him to play his natural game, both in my belief.
You must also remember he's coming as a batter. He's not in as an all-rounder. Oh, good. About that from Peters. He's coming as a batter, so if you're going to bet him 7-8, then you might as well not have him in the team. So he must get the chance to bat at 6 and then grow from that position.
I agree, as long as they let him grow. He's at the right age where they'll make the mistakes, you know, possibly get used to the type of, you know, level they're playing at and the opposition they're playing against.
Oh, risky. Oh, that looked very close. Didn't look keen for the run, but Malcolm Norfolk called him through anyway. There's Gideon Peters saying, yeah, it's probably out. You got to hit the stumps, young man. You can't just say out if you haven't hit the stumps.
Wishful thinking there, Gideon.
It did look very tight.
Very tight indeed. Don't think we'll see a replay of it, or will we?
I think it's a matter of he didn't know where the ball was, so he needed to trust Norfolk for that run through there. Ooh, another good bumper that. Another good bumper that. Targeted at the head by Gideon Peters. It becomes difficult to control once at that height over the left shoulder.
The awkward neck height. I still remember a delivery that like fouled Seniran Mitusami at one of the Coke weeks, it was the Kaimajola weeks, was 2012. Got caught and he was out.
That's well played. Guided it down to third man. Not convinced with that one. Has gone down to square leg for one. And he was ducking and pulling the old Matthew.
He's you know those crisp sounds you like off the bat. It's not quite timing them. Not getting that that crisp sound. It sounds hard and a little bit laboured. Perhaps not quite picking up the two-pace nature of this pitch.
Falling straight from Gideon Peters. But Norfolk just got this bat down in time there. It's gone down to score leg for one. And that's the end of the over. 119 for 4. After 29 overs, we're going to have a change in commentary. We'll have the Jacques and Kelly.
No way for Jacques to set up. It is 119 for 4 for the Moothee Tuskers. Malcolm Nuffel is 10 away from 50 for 85 balls. Matthew Urquhart has just joined in 4 from 8. Things are interesting at the moment, don't you think?
Good afternoon, Kelly. Yes, they are. Thank you so much to Mr. Soduma for his introduction. Yes, indeed, Kelly. Things are quite interestingly poised. The Moothee Tuskers not out of this at all, and the Warriors would feel like they've done a fantastic job of containing this Moothee Tuskers batting lineup.
They have indeed. It's just a case of wondering whether young Matthew Urquhart is going to show us some of his long hitting ability, whether he's going to get his eye in against some of the very experienced Dafabet Warriors bowlers, especially Thomas Carver, who's come off 2 excellent games so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Eavesdropping on your conversation with Abongile earlier. And as we give praise to Thomas Carver, the commentator's curse, Kelly, the dreaded commentator's curse, he pushes one down the leg side and he'll have to re-bowl that. Eavesdropping on your conversation earlier on with Abongile regarding Thomas Carver and whether you play him on the back foot or the front foot, I'm a firm believer that it's his pace and the flight or lack thereof with which he bowls the ball that makes it really difficult to make that decision as a batter. Malcolm Nuffel moves on to a measured 42 from 87.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I mean, he's probably one of the wrist spinners with the best control I've seen bowls St George's in a very long time. Previously, he was bowling from the duck pond end, which has got a slight downhill slope. Now he's bowling with a slight uphill.
In talking about that change of ends from Thomas Carver, that has been a feature of this Warriors bowling innings so far. Every single one of their bowlers, with the exception of Patrick Kruger and George van Heerden, have bowled from both ends. Fantastic piece of keeping there.
Allow me to have held that thought. 100% agree with you. And as you might notice that Van Heerden and Kruger almost make up a bowler by themselves, which allows Matthew de Villiers probably, full array of choices to end the innings.
126 for 4. We've got one ball left in this, the 30th over.
That's it.
127 for 4 after 30 overs. And the destroyer in chief here for the Dafabet Warriors has been the pace of Gideon Peters. And interestingly enough, out of the 4 wickets that have fallen, he's taken 3, and all 3 of them to the short ball, Kelly.
I always say that bowling with short ball is a sin at St George's if you don't have any pace behind it.
And of course, on the surface, when we've spoken a lot about the surface today so far, tough to play the cross-batted shots, particularly on the back foot. There's just a little something in the surface. Some of them will skid onto the batter, some of them will just hold up in the surface, and it's shown in the 3 wickets that Gideon Peters has taken.
It is very much a two-pace pitch, as usually is when it's used.
That's well played. And I'm wondering what the thinking is behind this very measured approach by Malcolm Nofal. Is his job to bat through this innings? Is his job to bat 50 overs for his team today?
Yes, if you'll if you'll look at who's to come, most of them are big hitters. I mean, Matthew Urquhart hits a long ball. From what I have seen of him, albeit as a schoolboy, initially he's got a very young career. And then Parnell, Fulyun, Qenke, and then Zuma, they can all bat. And they can all finish in innings.
And Kelly, I've been informed that the umpires have officially warned the Warriors fielders not to dart the ball into the surface after over 35, or from 35 onwards, of course. Just one of the two balls will be used for the rest of the innings. So interesting. The Warriors are clearly a side who understand the assignment here. They understand their conditions, and using whatever they have whatever resources they have within the rules of the game to do so. Short ball again from Gideon Peters. Not convinced that Nofal had that under control, but a single added to the scoreboard nonetheless.
You'll notice that in the previous, not the last fixture that was rained out or abandoned, but in the fixture before that, they had finished the match with a spinner at the death. So that's something they're not afraid to do.
And there we see Matthew Urquhart just drawn into that stroke early. To your point, Kelly, about the spinner actually closing off the innings for the bowling side. When the ball is scuffed and the ball is soft, it doesn't come off the bat on a surface that is quite slow and tough to score runs on at any point of the innings, you really are setting things up for that spinner to be quite effective at the death.
Yeah, and Thomas Carver certainly was that. Effective at the death. I mean, it wasn't a case of him taking the wicket, it was a case of him not conceding any of the runs. So I would say that the ball that they had selected was more suited to his bowling than it was to Gideon Peters, so to speak. Look, it didn't stop Gideon Peters from taking a fifer in that game, but you never really know about how the ball is going to turn up. It depends on where it's being hit to, what it is hitting. Is it hitting concrete? Is it being scuffed up? Is it being shined properly? You know, it's all going to depend on, you know, the next 5 overs and 1 ball.
Yeah, absolutely agree, Kelly. And having a look at the surface that we are playing on today, it certainly seems more abrasive than some of the surfaces we've seen before. So that would play a role in how the ball deteriorates as well towards the end of the batting innings.
Often there's usually a bit more grass on this pitch. I'd say normally grass on a pitch in the Eastern Cape is dead grass. It's not going to turn. It's not going to do anything funny. But this pitch is probably a little bit harder considering the amount of cricket that's been played on it.
But by no means a snake pit. It really is a surface that is really good for 50 over cricket. There's been something in it for the batters. There's certainly been something in it for the bowlers. And it's really given us a good game of cricket so far.
The last game was an absolute river, the one that was completed. So I don't expect anything less from AD or his team. They've always been brilliant at managing these surfaces. Especially, you know, if you move slightly towards the test pitch, it's a little, the test pitches get a little bit tired, so as they start to get tired, you get more variable bounce, you know, as much as he tries to water them, you know, the wind's going to blow and nothing's going to touch the grass.
So it looks like we're on a day 2 surface here.
Pretty much. Maybe day 3.
And Thomas Carver continues from the Graeme Pollard Pavilion end, or from the Park Drive end.
But make no mistake though, this isn't the ground, the paradise for spinners that people, expect it to be if you're playing in the longest formats. Usually it's fast bowlers that get their best figures here. As we hear the band arrive.
So discussed earlier in commentary, Kelly, was what pass score would be here. What are your thoughts on what pass score would be here today?
If you were to double your score from here, that was a winning total to defend from the last game. But of course, you never know with the Warriors lineup like that. You never really know what they're going to produce. You also have a lot of firepower in the lower order of the Tuskers. Not great averages, but a lot of firepower.
So one or two quick 20s or 30s towards the back end of the Moothee Ram Tuskers innings could get them to 240 plus.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, 240 plus is defendable.
Good piece of fielding. The stumps are demolished down at the striker's end. The score trickles along moves along to 138 for 4.
And that's a 50 for Malcolm Nafal. He's taken 97 balls, just the 3 fours. Played very much the anchor innings. Majority of his runs either scored onto the leg side or backward of square.
Very workmanlike innings from Malcolm Nafal.
I really only saw him open up when he was batting with Michael Erlang, who sort of gave him the ability to, sort of free his arms. He wasn't so restricted. He wasn't so worried about losing his wickets.
And Kelly, as I've said, we've discussed the surface at length, how the surface is playing, and how the Moothee Ram Tuskers batters are going along their business. Do you think that the surface itself plays too much of a role in the minds of the batters as they've come in?
Sometimes the St. George's Park surface can do that, because a lot of players will have had limited experience playing here, and they will know that it has been too paced, and they can expect a used pitch to be too paced. But that hasn't stopped, the Titans, for example, winning the toss and asking to bat first with the southeast blowing heavily and being 107 for 8 before the game was abandoned. So that does actually play a lot in the minds of players who have never actually played here before, and you would expect a lot of the Warriors players to have gotten used to the pitches. Yeah, even the used ones.
Hold that thought, Kelly, as we see a change in bowling from Duckpond Pavilion end. George van Heerden brought back into the attack. His 5 overs costing only 15, and he was fortunate to get away with a few deliveries. But has contained this Tuskers innings well in the 5 overs that he's bowled. What do you make of his inclusion today?
Well, George van Heerden is back home. He is a former Grey boy. Played for Old Grey for a few seasons. Spent some time at Marty's, and now he's on loan from SVD. And it's good to see him having a bowl, because it's not normal for George to bowl this many overs. But he's got a good thing going there with Patrick Kruger, which means Patrick's always got those few extra overs up his belt if we need him to bowl. If the Warriors ever need choices, then they've got more than one bowler to lean on.
Oh, one that rips, that turns and bounces. Now that is out of character for the surface. It's full of surprises today. Well navigated by Matthew Urquhart in the end.
You can actually have a look at him bowl it here. Matthew Urquhart did well to keep that out. I think it'll be a good learning curve for him today, Matthew Urquhart in particular.
Yes, just at the start of his career. And just having a look at the consistency with which George van Heerden has scored some of his runs up in the Southern Cape for the Southwestern District's Badgers. Very surprising for me to see him taking the ball today.
It surprised even me, and I've seen him bowl since he was in high school. Well, bowl very rarely, more so bat. He's very much an Eastern Cape product, and look, he's doing a job here, and if it's a new skill that he picks up while along his travels to Southwestern Districts and Smarties, fair play to him, because he's doing it very well at the moment.
And that brings to an end his 6th over, and that has cost him and his team only 5 runs. And he ends off that over with a delivery that's slightly slower, slightly flighted, and drinks break it is.
No, drinks break at 143 for 4.
I think the Tuskers would be quite happy with that. They haven't really gotten out of first gear here, and sitting quite decently at 143 for 4, as you mentioned. And just picking up on the last few overs, Kelly, what has actually happened is that there have been quite a few more singles. The strike has been rotating, and all of a sudden, that strike rate, or that run rate, has gone from 3.9 at some stage now to 4.4. So certainly, perhaps an indication of how you should go about batting on the surface. Matthew Urquhart has actually looked quite positive. He's moved well against the slower bowlers. He hasn't been stuck on the crease, and they're ticking the scoreboard over nicely.
Yeah, aside from 1 or 2 hiccups, he's looked very solid. He has been faced with some challenging bowlers who've had a lot of success this season, and there's no doubt going to be a chat there, hopefully, encouraging them both to play their natural games going forward. Because it's from, at this point where they should start to get the run rate creeping up a little bit when they get a partnership going. Partnership's already worth 31. This is time for them to increase the run rates, which is currently sitting at 4.4. We see Malcolm Knopfel 52 off 100. He's still in there. He's still battling away. He's had no support except for a short session with Matthew Erlank, and Jack Lees also played a decent innings. He kept the run rate ticking over, but Matthew Urquhart is still there with him, 12 of 18, and he's a dangerous young player. Gideon Peters, as usual, taking the mantle for the Warriors, 3 of 20. With Thomas Carver, great support from the Park Drive end this time, as opposed to the Duck Pond end where he took his wickets previously. George van Heerden being the surprise package, bowling an extremely tight 6 overs. And then an honourable mention to Patrick Kruger, actually, along with Kerwin Mangru, both completing their 5 overs at, or 4 overs in the case of Patrick, at 5s. So the Warriors do have choices going into the last 17 overs of this innings. But a big choice to make in the next 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get to that choice shortly. The Warriors have bowled well as a unit. They've bowled well in pairs. Perhaps didn't have the best start with the 2 new balls, but have come back nicely with Gideon Peters and Thomas Carver, as well as George van Heerden. I got a bit tongue-tied there. So those 3 bowlers have really made the breakthroughs and have contributed. George van Heerden hasn't taken a wicket, but he's really contributed to the 4 wickets, in my opinion, that have fallen.
He absolutely has. And I mean, this happened to Thomas Carver himself before, when he deserved more wickets than he received. And you know what? They came the next game. But it's always important. I mean, the Warriors, the most important thing about them is their units, you know? They're a team that prides themselves on not giving up. So I hope to see nothing less today.
Yeah.
It'll make for an exciting game.
Kelly, if we look at this Dafabet Warriors side and the absolute turnaround in terms of what seems to be the team cohesion and the performances from just one season ago, they've gone back to old school, just good percentage cricket. Bowling in pairs, having plans, sticking to those plans, batting for time. Thomas Gqeberha right on the money again.
The impressive thing about them is that when they have got players available at full strength, you'll see them captain in conference. It's very similar to the way the Springboks will do it. You'll see a little huddle.
Thomas Gqeberha is right on the money here. Brains trust, you say, Kelly?
They've got a brains trust, and the brains trust is a young one, which I appreciate Robin Peterson for building. I mean, kudos to him.
Certainly hanging around some of the net sessions once or twice and getting to interact with some of the Dafabet Warriors players. There's a blueprint that Coach Robin Peterson and Mark Charlton have in terms of the type of human being that they want playing for the Dafabet Warriors.
Fighters.
Fighters, yes.
Yeah.
Players who understand the assignment. And ironically, some of the feedback that I have heard coming out of Southwestern Districts about George van Heerden is that he's an absolute team player. So we might be surprised to see him bowl here, but he's a guy that will give 180% for the team.
It's always been that player. Straight up in the air. And it's safe.
It was building though. It was building up to that, wasn't it, Kelly?
It really was.
It's almost as if ticking the scoreboard over one single at a time just was not enough for the Moothee Tuskers. And perhaps a little bit of inexperience from Matthew Urquhart, which is to be expected.
Look, Matthew Urquhart, we can see in the replay here, he was struggling to pick him defensively, and trying to attack him just makes it an easy catch there for Patrick Kruger.
Yeah, as we see on the replay there. Easy perhaps, but still a good catch.
A great catch, but I mean, he made it look incredibly easy. Almost as if it was planned, you know. I'm going to pitch this one slightly up. It's not going to be there for you to hit the way you want to hit straight down the ground.
And the type of bowler that Thomas Gqeberha is, he's at you all the time. He's always threatening the stumps. He's always making the picking of length of his deliveries an event on its own every single ball. I can imagine facing Thomas Gqeberha would be quite tough. And into the crease comes Ntando Yenkosi Zuma, averaging 25.5 with a healthy strike rate of just over 96. He also a player who has not played many matches at this level, but exciting to see that the Tuskers, the Moothee Tuskers, have quite a few players here that are either making debuts or very, very fresh in their List A Division 1 career.
Yeah, I first saw him play at Graham Wakanda in 2003, week. He was playing for I think it was for KZN, not KZN Inland. Or it might have been.
Immediately onto the front foot he goes against Thomas Gqeberha.
It might actually have been KZN Inland. They tended to blend players. There were a few good ones, but I think he made a few appearances as well for the SA under 90s or SA emerging sides. He used to bat a little higher up the order as well, but I think this is a new role for him, and he may be flourishing in it. Given the chance to finish, he's been given a role, a defined role, instead of thrown into the mix without being told, you know, this is what your responsibility is.
And as we begin the 35th over, 144 for 5 are the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Malcolm Nafal 53 from 103, and Zuma at the crease still on the breaded duck with 1 delivery. Athletic piece of fielding from his own bowling there by George van Heerden.
He moses through his overs, George van Heerden.
And before we've been able to blink, he's gone through half of his over. So Zuma to face George van Heerden for the first time today. George would want to end this over quite strongly. He's bowled superbly so far. And he's got him.
That's his reward.
That is an innocuous dismissal. A half tracker just bunted to the fielder on the leg side saying, please catch me. And he duly obliged.
How often do you see batsmen get out that way? You have a bowler who's been bowling superbly all day, deliver something that says, please hit me to the next field, and he's out.
I think the fielder in that mid-wicket region couldn't believe his eyes when that ball came towards him.
A gift.
And Kelly, with perhaps the exception of Thomas Carver's wicket, everybody else who has lost their wicket, who have been dismissed, have done so playing across the line.
They have. And it's not something you can really do at St. George's if it is not pitched, you know, a half tracker straight down the ground. You've either mishit it or it's stuck in the pitch. So often, that's what happens with the medium paces. If they pitch it just slightly bit up, batting across the line, trying to get to the short boundary, especially when they are facing, when the right hand is facing from this duck pond end, you've got a slightly shorter boundary, and they're trying to play across the line.
Into the crease comes a gentleman who we are well familiar with, the journeyman, Wayne Parnell.
We have taken a journey all the way from Stellenbosch, Coca-Cola Majorlu 2006.
Kelly, also another boy who hails from Grey High School here in Port Elizabeth.
He never played for Old Grey, he doesn't count. That was my club.
Is that the qualifier for you?
Yeah, of course.
$145 for 6. That brings to an end the 35th over. One would feel now that the Warriors have a slight upper hand here.
They want to finish this off strongly. The last thing they want to do is bowl tail end length. You know, when your premier bowlers decide, I want to get this over with. I want these batsmen gone. I want them back in the huts. I'm going to pepper them with bounces, with, you know, all of the little tricks in the book. This is when you want them to just stick to their basics. And Thomas Carben with his 8th over.
What are the hallmarks of this Dafabet Warriors bowling innings so far has been they haven't tried a lot of cutters and variations and trinkets and all such. They just ran in, looked to put the ball in a decent area. They failed at times, but they try to keep it simple.
I think somebody like Kerwin Munger needs to grow into his role with the Warriors. He's still very new and needs to learn how to bowl here at St. George's. I mean, it's not like every other ground, especially inland. But as a unit, they've bowled exceptionally well. They've known how to back each other up. They've, one will restrict the runs, they'll take the wickets, they'll know when the wicket is coming. They've been extraordinarily patient for such a, an inexperienced team.
Umpire not interested in that appeal. A peach of a delivery from Thomas Gqeberha, certainly troubling Wayne Parnell.
I'm not sure Matthew de Villiers can believe it. If that's him lying there on the ground. Taking a while to get up.
Have a look at that again.
Ooh. Very close, that one. Very close.
Tough to tell from our angle, although you're probably looking at the doubt that was caused in the umpire's mind. There was either the line or the height.
Possibly the heights.
Oh, Gqeberha is bowling a brilliant over here, and that's the googly. That's the one that comes back to the left-hander, and it certainly has caused Wayne Parnell some problems. I don't think he picked it either out of the hand or off the surface.
And this is a player who is well acquainted with St. George's and Thomas Gqeberha, having played with him. Oh, and just as I said that, he confirms it. How well acquainted with St. George's he actually is.
A good cricket shot, that.
Wonderful, wonderful shots. Those.
And it brings up the 150, Kelly, for the Moothee Tuskers.
That came up in 225 balls.
Yeah, and along with Wayne Parnell getting off the mark, and the Tuskers getting to 150 for the loss of 6, it brings to the commentary box a change in personnel. Umpire Sadumo and Craig Sturt will now take over.
$150 on the board for the Tuskers, having won the toss, deciding to bat first on a second-hand pitch has been used, so dry and hard. And it's the sort of pitch where you're not very comfortable playing lovely attacking shots with the ball coming onto you. And as we've seen from the wickets that have fallen, everybody that has played across the line, whether it be hook, pull, cut, sweep, they've got themselves out. Difficult pitch to get yourself out on unless you play an atrocious shot. 150 for 6. Van Heerden to continue. 1 for 21 his figures.
Hello, Craigie. First time working together today. That's true what you're saying. If you look at all the wickets, it's all the balls that have been, the guys have played across the line and been caught up. And what I've picked up now of late is that the ball is starting to turn more.
Oh, it will do that. Yeah. You know, at one stage, giftful toss to Parnell, only gets a single for it. But early on, with the 2 white balls in operation, you could see the umpires were actually warning fielders not to throw deliberately into the pitch to bounce to the keeper. And that would have scuffed the ball, it would have made it all the more softer. And I'm sure after the 34th over, when the Warriors could choose a ball to use for the remaining 16 overs, they chose the one that was the softest and the most scuffed up.
Yeah, it's always the case, Craig. So what happens is they look at a certain period on how the wicket is playing. For the first 10 overs, 12 overs, they don't want to bounce the ball in. But after that, then they start bouncing the ball in. Oh, great shot that from Pani. Pierce that gap there, it's gone for 4.
Now, expertise and skill from Parnell. 157 for 6. They need to get a rattle on now with their run rate. It's hovered around the 4 mark basically all innings. And if they're going to set a defendable total, they need to get on.
Now he's key as a stage because he comes in and can play shots from the word go. We saw that happen at Newlands when he got 89 not out. So I think he's showing intent early on, as you saw with Kaba's last over where he swept. Oh, trouble here. Malcolm Nofall is gone.
Now, 57 very slow runs he's been there for. The 7th wicket falls, Nofall gone for 57. That's the last thing the Tuskers needed. They needed somebody at the pitch, at the wicket, to be able to see all the way through, and then they could have a ping from the opposite end. Not to be almost a harikiri signal that called by Parnell. And it sees the end of Nofall for 57.
I think Pani thought he did Gqeberha there, which he didn't. He timed it quite well, and the fielder, must admit, moved quite swiftly there to get to the ball. Very tired now for getting run out at the striker's end. Good movement there from Thomas Kaba.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, there wasn't a single there. It was too close to that leg side fielder. And a little bit of hesitation from Nofall was his downfall. Easily run out. And one thing we can say about the Warriors, their fielding has been top stuff.
Now they've been brilliant to watch all the games they've played in. They throw themselves around. Remember again, it is attitude. As we see Bamanya Kleinle coming in with an average of 15. He hails from Middle Drift in King Williamstown. Went to Dell College. And he's also played in Boland Park for Power Rocks that time. And he's played at Northwest. So he's been around Mpumalanga. So he's been to 4 or 5 teams. So at his young age of 28, he's got a bit of experience with other provinces as well.
Inexperienced, batting lower down the order, just 22 matches he's played. But he's got an important job to do now. Parnell looks as though he's seeing the ball well. He's really played a couple of brilliantly timed shots. And Parnell's going to need a partner as Mangaru back into the attack from the Park Drive end. He'll be going to Daintley. It's Parnell rather, and almost a leading edge straight to that short mid wicket. Once again, trying to play the ball not quite there, stopping in the pitch. Can only get yourself into trouble.
Yeah, you got to play with the straighter bat on a wicket like this. Because all those that try to play too square have succumbed to the bowlers here. So Pani needs to just look to drop and run, maybe rotate the strike, get the other batter in for now, and then they can explode after the 40 overs.
Well, that just sat up and asked to be hit. Mangaru quite happy to concede the single, get the new batsman on strike. How often have we seen matches here at Dafabet St George's Park? The answer, when the wicket's playing up a bit and there's a bit of uneven bounce, you've got to hit straight. And straight is the shortest boundary of the whole lot. Minimal risk, hit straight, nice broad bat, and you'll accumulate runs. The moment you play with a horizontal bat, we've just seen all the batsmen get themselves into trouble. And there's another one. And clear. Caught by Kruger, but very first ball, and all he's done is flat batted it once again across the line, and he's flat batted it straight to mid-off. First ball, and he hasn't bothered the scorers at all.
The scorers won't like you saying that, Craig. They are bothered with the dot ball. Yeah, that's the end of playing there. I don't know what the thinking was between him and Pani, but for him to swing first ball and not even having a look at the pitch. We've seen the guys on top struggle with the pitch, but he just came in and just swung from ball one, and that's the end of him.
Minimal thought process with that shot that Taintley played. Brings Hardest Viljoen to the crease. very experienced, 126 matches. List A career. Not much of a batsman in terms of average. The highest score of just over the half century. He's going to have to pull a rabbit out the hat now if the Tuskers are to see their full 50 overs.
How Tuskers will love that 50 today, Craig. Experienced Hardus Viljoen. He just needs to hang around and support Pani at this stage because the captain is really looking good. So Hardus, his job will be just get the Pani on strike and see where Pani takes it. Because anything under 200 here is going to be a struggle for the Tuskers.
Yeah, looking at that scoreboard at the moment, saying 220 was a pass score, oh, I don't think they're going to get anywhere near it. And that's not exactly what the Tuskers had in mind when they won the toss and decided to bat first. Oh, just a lazy little heave-ho from Viljoen, change of pace from Mangaru.
Yeah, I think that obviously they saw that it was a used pitch from the previous game. So that's the thinking, was that try and bat your 50 overs, get 220 plus. That doesn't work.
I'm sure that was the thinking. It was to possibly get the best out of a second-hand pitch. Hasn't exactly worked out for them.
Yeah, but then again, we've got to credit how the Warriors have bowled on this pitch. They've given nothing away, bowling back of a length, wicket to wicket, and it has paid dividends.
Well, 159 for 8. And when you think that they were 73 without loss, and how they've capitulated, having lost those 8 wickets, Parnell batting way outside the crease, trying to get to the ball, which on this pitch isn't quite there to hit. Give the one away, fine, bowl at the new batsman. No, you'll keep the strike, will Parnell. End of 38 overs. 160 for 8. Not what the Tuskers envisaged when they won the toss. Said they'd bat first. Warriors have been exceptional once again. Other than that one catch by Van Heerden that went to ground, their fielding has been superb. But what is worrying, if I was the coach of the Warriors, every time I looked at that scoreboard and I saw the extras total, the previous game that we brought to you live, there were 30 extras. So far in this game, 25 extras. Peters now. Straight to the fielder. Absolute cracker of a shot. Wringing his hands, I'm not surprised. That flew to him.
Yeah, Point also using the square, so that's why I actually flew to Thomas Gqeberha there. That's a worrying factor that you bring up there, Craig. 25 extras is something that you can work on. It is a controllable, especially with the wides and stuff. That you can control.
It's discipline.
Because it tells us that they've bowled 4 extra overs. So that's quite a lot.
Well, it's almost like giving the Tuskers a 12th batsman. Look at it that way. At 160 for 8. Tuskers say thank you very much. Because at the moment, those extras, third highest score. After Lees on 38 and Knoffel with that, snail-like 57. Peters, 3 for 20. Once again doing the damage for the Warriors.
Yeah, he got a 5 for the last time we were here against the Dragons. So he's adapted nicely to the slowness of the pitch. Like I said earlier, I think he sacrificed his pace just for more control and all of that.
Yeah, hit a hard length. He's quick enough to hurry any batsman. But if you want to make the play against Peters, you've got to take the risks. Batsmen have, and they've got themselves out.
I tell you what, South Africa is always full of fast bowlers, Craig, and all of that. I saw a youngster on Sunday, not Sunday, when was it? Thursday. His name is Fryer, send him Fryer. He's in grade 12 from Northwest. I tell you what, he does click 140 plus for a grade 12. So that was good to see.
You know what worries me? Sure, you talk about quick bowling and the way white ball cricket has evolved. That's a well taken run by Parnell. Getting back to that point you make, as the game has evolved and techniques and mindsets have changed from the batsman, you actually don't want to be a quick bowler and bowl mid-140s with a white ball. If you think Kagiso Rabada last year in the IPL, Nokia, yeah, sure, very pacey, makes a batsman duck and dive if the pitch is going to help. If not, if it's a batting paradise, the quicker it comes to the bat, the quicker it goes off. Now, is that finger going to be raised? No. Looked like it just jagged enough to beat leg stump. Very good delivery that from Gideon Peters. 39 overs gone, 163 for 8, and Peters, after 7 overs, 3 for 22. He's been the star for the Warriors bowling attack.
Yeah, Gideon has done well every time he's come on. He struck for Matt de Villiers, the Warriors captain, which is what they wanted. That's why the rate couldn't really go above 4.2. It's been hovering at 4.1, 4.2. So if you look at the prediction for now, you're looking at probably possibly 200, which is not quite enough.
With 2 wickets in hand, Mungaroo again. Change of pace. Parnell playing way too early for that delivery. But getting back, let's talk about the SA20. Huge success here in South Africa. Who wanted to be a fast bowler?
Especially on flat wickets.
Oh, you're on a hiding to nothing.
But I've seen...
The quicker that white ball comes onto the bat, and with the modern bats that the chaps are using today, oh man, little edges fly for 6.
Especially up north, up country, where in the high felt the ball flies quite a lot.
Effort delivery that from Mungaroo. Still called legal between the shoulder and the top of the helmet. Parnell, tallish fella, so Mungaroo, lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, no, I've seen like Gideon Peters doing well in the SA20. Obviously, the economy goes higher. As you said, the bats are not compressed at this. The bats they use nowadays, they're not compressed and they're only used for white ball. Back in the days, remember you used to have one bat the whole season. These guys carry now 10, 15 bats with them. So that's why the ball can ping off the bat. Oh, another one straight up in the air. Oh, safe.
Once again, Parnell playing too early, turning those wrists, trying to work it on the leg side, and the ball not there. Comes off the leading edge. He's played too early and very fortunate not to be the 9th wicket that falls. Wow.
Just with the fast bowlers now, you need to have the skill. I think most of them are going back now to the Yorker. Remember, it went out the window now. I see it's coming back again. More are bowling Yorkers now.
Oh. There's the lofted shot, almost a shot of frustration from Parnell. Ball not quite there to hit, but he'll take the single.
Because most of the bowlers now have gone to that slow ball, back of the hand slow ball, shortish length. But if you get it right, going full at the shoelaces, like you say, there's not much the batter can do. I know they scoop and all of that, but if you come in there with pace, it's going to be tough if you hit it all the time.
You think of the likes of Sean Pollock, Fani de Villiers, Malinga. all they used to do was concentrate on pitching a ball at your shoelaces. Hammered straight at mid-on, but straight at your shoelaces. Then the batsman thought, well, I'll take a big step back onto the stumps to try and give myself time to get underneath the delivery, because the margin of error for a Yorker for the bowler is minimal. And there's so many different varieties that the bowler is bowling in the modern day game. I still maintain shoelace delivery, or one that is just above ankle height, full toss. Most difficult delivery to hit.
If you remember back in the days, you had the likes of Waka Yunus, who could reverse the ball at pace, Wasim Akram and the boys. So it becomes very difficult. I think that's why maybe now MCC's gone back to, after 34 overs, then the ball must get changed so that you allow the bowlers maybe a bit of leeway in terms of maybe getting the ball to reverse. Because that was the weapon of the bowlers. That was the weapon of the bowlers, to get it to reverse towards the end. Then it's not easy for the batters.
Well, so 10 overs remain in the match. The start of the final power play, where 5 fielders are allowed to be outside the circle, and De Villiers trying to keep a stranglehold on these Tuskers, still keeping 5 men inside the circle. The sweepers are at third man, cover point, behind square, on the leg side. Oh, that's wide. Peter's a little bit optimistic with that short delivery.
I think, Craig, you can clearly see the plan with this field. That nothing's going to be full. It's going to be back of a length with the square leg back and fine leg, third man and sweeper. So that's the plan here from the Warriors. Because they know anything full, Hardes is going to try and hit it over the top.
Viljoen known to bludgeon anything that he can reach that's up to him. So both men on the leg side, behind square and fine leg. Bowled him. There's the middle stump out the ground. That's one way of sorting who's who.
I think Craig, he was waiting for the short ball there.
I think so. Softened up with the first one. That was called wide. And they say he's not a bad batsman, a bit susceptible to the straight one.
I think he had his feet in the toilet there. His feet got stuck like a block of cement there. Now that's the end of Hardes Viljoen. Only contributing 3. And that leaves now the captain along Zari Abrams, also a local boy, to come in. Oh, it's actually Darren Dupavilion to coming in. He can hold his own, just to hang around for Pano.
You know, you're going to look back at this innings at 73 without loss. So you're talking about 93 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. Daryl Dupavilion, 25 matches, not too many runs. And that's why he's batting at 1 before the roller. Number 11.
Could this be another Michelle Pfeiffer for Peters? He's got 5 balls at Darren Dupavilion. That gives him a huge chance to have that 5 again.
Fully deserves it. Once again, bold and been the spearhead of the Warriors' attack. Oh, didn't know much about that one. Got the bat jabbed down just in time.
Yeah, every spell is bowled. He bowled 3 from the bottom end. He got 3 wickets there. He came back this side. He's also got another wicket. So he's got, for every spell, he's got a wicket, which bodes well for the captain of Matt de Villiers and how he uses them. He uses them in spells of 3 overs to try and strike, and it's worked well for him.
De Villiers has used his bowlers very cleverly today. He's never allowed the batsman to settle to one specific bowler, to become a target.
I think Pani will recognize that Peters now is the is the danger man. So try and block out this over and try and go from the other side, whoever is bowling from the other side. Because with Darren there, anything could happen very quickly.
Now, Parnell, all he can do is try and farm the strike. 3 deliveries gone so far in this over. Does he look for one? Struck on the pad, doing too much, going down the leg side, possibly an inside edge as well.
I remember young Parnell making his List A debut right on this field as a 16-year-old versus Western Province. Straight from class, came here, and he actually bowled quite well.
Yeah, well, he's had a distinguished career, Parnell. Some would say in the twilight of his career, but certainly gained status as an international player. Just the sort of person to lead this Tuskers side. Another dot ball. Now, this is the last ball of the over. You've got Du Pavilion at the non-striker's end. Do you expose him with the next over? Or do you look for the single now? And De Villiers is being rather defensive here. He's only got the 4 men in the circle, 3 on the offside, 1 at mid-on. The rest are out on the boundary. Now that's what you don't want. Ease that Parnell just can rotate the strike and keep strike for the next over.
A bit of man games, yeah. They probably thought Pon is going to look to hit every ball. But obviously Pon is clever enough and he's played enough cricket to try and sort of get one single and go the other side.
Well, there's still 9 overs to come. The Tuskers, after winning the toss, deciding to bat, got to 73 without loss, and then it's just been a procession. But it's been hard graft. Malcolm Norfolk, the highest scorer so far, 111 deliveries for his 57. Good opening stand with Jack Lees, who got 38. But look at that, top of the bowlers, Gillian Peters, 4 for 25 and 8 overs. Absolutely brilliant. Well supported by Thomas Gqeberha. Mungaroo. Oh, he's got confidence in his batting partner, has Parnell.
No, I definitely trust Darren. Darren's also been around, so he'll know what to do. And he's played with Mungaroo as well, down in the coast, in Durban. So they've been playing against each other and with each other for years now. So he'll know what he's thinking. I'm sure he knows that the slow balls are going to come. So he needs to adapt to that.
In business, we talk about ergonomics.
Is this going to be short? No, it's not. Change of pace, fingers across the seam from Mungaroo. Well guided by the Pavilion.
I think the plan for these two will be try and bat as long as they can. Try and get scrape for every run that they could get and try and get closer to the 200. Because that's all they can do right now.
Yeah, it's not very easy when you're 9 wickets down. You wanted to have wickets in hand come the last 10 overs. Safety first from Parnell.
That's the last thing they want now is a run out
Well,
to end the innings.
They've had one gift run out for the Warriors.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of cricket, Craig. That's always the case when the team is down and out. You always get that yes, no, wait, yeah,
And
out.
it's always followed by sorry. There'll be the single. $171 for 9, coming towards the end of the 42nd over. And my, haven't the Tuskers, from a good situation and foundation from their 2 openers, they've really let it slip. They've lost 9 wickets for 98 runs. Brilliant, brilliant drive that from Gqeberha. You can certainly hold the bat, and that's away for 4.
That's the trust Pon has on him. He's seen it before, and I've seen him bat 8 at other games, so he can hold his own. Old Darren, the pavilion.
Now that was sweetly timed. Every run virtually a bonus and welcomed by the Tuskers.
I think what has happened today for the Tuskers has actually been happening the whole season. So we can see how their season has gone.
Parnell quite clever, knowing it was the final delivery of Mangaru's over, refusing that quick single so that he can stay on strike. 42 overs gone, 175 for 9, the Tuskers. And the pick of the bowlers from the Warriors, Peters 4 for 25, Gqeberha 2 for 31, and then a wicket apiece for Van Heerden and Mangaru. 8 overs remaining. You just wonder what's going through the mind of Parnell at the moment. Make sure you bat out your 50 overs, or do you try and get as many as possible, as quickly as possible?
I think Peters has definitely put his name in the hat for the upcoming SAA tour that's going to England in May. So with these 5ers and 4ers, I think has definitely put his name up there for the selection there.
Deserves it for the simple reason that he hasn't always had bowler-friendly pitches to play on, and yet he still takes the wickets.
So it's always good that guys get rewarded for performances, as we've seen the guys at in New Zealand right now. So the guys have been doing well throughout the domestic circuit. And that also the SAA 15 members going to England. That would be a nice experience for them, using the juke ball.
Yeah, I think rugby sort of set the yardstick by trying to expand your selection base, by exposing as many newcomers, up-and-coming players at that sort of level. Clever batting from Gqeberha.
It looks like Gideon is in trouble there. He's clutching his knee. I think he got stuck there. He got stuck on the foothold.
You know what I think it is? It's this old second-hand pitch. And those footholds, before the start of play, were relatively deep. And now as a quick bowler to run in, and the easiest thing in the world is to do your ankle, just landing slightly skewed. Oh, that's hammered away by Parnell, and I think he's going to get a boundary for it. No. Very good fielding from long on. Saves 2 runs, but that had boundary written all over it.
It's a Captain Matt de Villiers again doing the groundwork here. Running across quickly to get to the ball, because Parnell did time it quite nicely.
We were talking about all-rounders, and emphasis was on fielding. It's become a huge part of an individual player, his skill levels. Dug in short. Doesn't like being smacked. Oh, that's over.
Over his head.
Head high, yeah. So called wide, and extras climbed to 28.
Craig, those days of putting out your boot at fine leg are long gone, eh?
No. You know, white ball cricket, you know, you only have to win by 1 run. So every single effort in the field is appreciated. A wide called again. Oh, umpire changes his mind. That was obviously off the pad. Peters wasn't too happy about it, a wide call. But it just goes down. It just goes down as a dot ball.
All ends well.
No ball, free hit. Things going from bad to worse for Peters at the moment. Splendid figures, but these are easy runs for the Tuskers. They're being handed these runs on a silver plate.
Looks like he was going for a slow ball there. It just slipped out of his hand.
Parnell on strike for what should be the last ball of the over. Can he maintain and keep the strike? There's a man underneath it at mid-on, but it's not out. It's a free hit, remember, from that no ball. So Parnell stays. Peters, unfortunately, doesn't get his fifth. Completes 9 overs, 4 for 32 his figures, and the Tuskers 182 for 9. 7 overs remain. Rather fortunate to get away with that free hit, just conceding the single.
As Peters is seeking a little too hard for his fifer. You know, just that tail end bowling.
Thomas Carver, change of bowling from the Park drive in. Starting his 9th over. Been impressive this morning. 2 for 31, his figures at the moment. 7 overs remain. And once again, it's 3 men in the circle on the offside. 1 at a short fine leg. The other 3 boundary riders on the leg side. Backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, all on the fence. The offside, mid-off, and extra cover on the fence. You can expect that from the wrist spinner. Very difficult art to conquer. And you're going to have the odd loose delivery.
I also don't think that he's too disappointed with giving Parnell the single there as they bring the field in now. That they've got Dafabet facing. And make no mistake, Dafabet can hold the bats. He is certainly capable.
No, he certainly proved that with that beautiful cover drive. When he got his one and only boundary, what does he do now? With the wrist spin of Carver. Very gentle full toss. And I'm sure the captain will just mention to Carver, you're allowed to use the pitch.
Carver just looks like he might be getting a little bit tight there. Some stretches. Certainly not warm enough for cramp.
Looking to just try and nudge that away and rotate the strike. It's almost important for the Tuskers to reach that psychological barrier of 200. 183 for 9 they are at the moment. To get 200 up on the board, psychologically, you feel that's something you can defend. I think to Pavlon, that was a play and miss, not an intentional leave. Struggling to read the wrist spin of Carver. Bounces short of first slip, runs away. Short third man was quite wide. I'll come back for the second. 2 fortuitous runs for Dafabet.
Yeah, they're certainly struggling to read. Well, Dafabet is certainly struggling to read Gqeberha. And on that note, I always find a 180 or 190 quite a challenging score historically.
That looked pretty straight, doing too much possibly. End of the 44th over, 185 for 9. Yeah, it's one of those in-between totals. To chase, you've got two options. You either build a foundation and allow yourself, you know the target, you know what rate you require to stay above that rate. Or the other option is to try and break the back of the chase as quickly as possible to make it a lot easier, by which stage the fielding side's shoulders droop and it becomes even easier. So those are the two options, but can be a nasty target.
Especially if it's a target where you can, chase a bonus points in a scenario where it would matter.
Well, in this it does.
Exactly.
With the Lions playing Boland, the Warriors will be looking to try and get maximum points, which is 4 for the win and a bonus point. Now, to qualify for that bonus point, they've got to be able to reach the total of Tuskers within 40 overs, 3/4 or 75%. So it'll be some task. Change of pace from Gqeberha.
That kept a little bit low, just another sign of a bit of variable bounce here at St. George's. We've seen some tennis ball bounce, some pace and bounce, and some have kept low.
Yeah, it was always going to be that tricky for the batsman. A used pitch, looks very dry, looked very hard, but inclined just to crumble a little bit, and that's what provides the variable bounce. With a change of pace, makes it even more difficult.
It's nice and tight from Wesley Gqeberha, bowling to his field, making sure that there's no way out for Dafabet. Obviously, they would like to get Wayne Parnell on strike.
Unbelievable. What did that ball do to miss? Must have gone right through the surface, dusted it up, stopped on the batsman, and was enough to clear the stumps as well.
Given the gesture that Wesley Gqeberha gave to his skipper Matthew de Villiers afterwards, I don't think he knew how it missed either.
Right off the bottom of the bat, sounding very clunky.
I like the line that Wesley Gqeberha is bowling, nice and full, almost Yorker length, very difficult to dig out.
Quite often, the batsman thinks he can play the attacking shot on the front foot, and the ball's just not there to hit. The pace of this pitch, it doesn't come onto the bat. Give him the single, that's fine. Now pressure on Parnell, last ball of the over. How does he keep strike for the next?
So does he allow this over to only go for 3? Because it's gone for 2 so far, 3 dots.
Well, he's got to be looking for the single so he can face the next over.
And the question is, will Gqeberha bowl the last?
Now, surely that was wide. A little bit too optimistic. Gqeberha.
I always have this problem with bowlers when they bowl at the lower end batsmen. They're always trying every trick in the book to get them out instead of, keeping things nice and tight, nice and steady. To maintain the same rhythm, the same discipline, the same control that they have shown throughout this innings. Don't be desperate.
There's the single Parnell wanted. But I can understand why the medium pacers are changing their pace. Fingers rolling over the ball, pitching it halfway down. With every single Tuskers batsman that's played across the line, in the 9 wickets that have fallen, they've got themselves out because of that uneven bounce.
It looks like we are going to have Gqeberha to finish.
You think Gqeberha 2 for 34, Peters 4 for 32. It's 18 overs that have gone for 66 runs and they've taken 6 wickets. That's how effective they've been for the Warriors.
That's exceptional.
The extras, though, still a worry for the Warriors. Got to 30 now. 189 for 9.
I mean,
No way through there.
those extras could very well be the difference between the Warriors achieving a bonus point win or not, if they do come out successful.
Time will tell. Charges, gives himself room outside that leg stump to try and free the arms. Beaten by some good turn there from Gqeberha.
The worry for Coach Peterson is that this is not the first game in which they've conceded over 30 extras.
Parnell turning down the single. He's looking for boundary balls, waiting for Gqeberha to make the mistake. Still won't take the run.
Usually you wait for, the bad ball and over, the 2 bad balls and over from a wrist spinner. But are we going to see it?
No, I don't think Gqeberha has bowled 2 bad balls and over. He's bowled dot balls so far. 2 balls remain in the over. Where does Parnell try and hit it? Across the line, and has he got enough on it? Yes, he has. It's huge. First 6 of the match.
I think I'm a jinx. As soon as I said it.
Yeah, the umpire just checking the ball for possible damage. That clattered into the Graham Pollock pavilion. Fine shot by Parnell. Can he maintain the strike now? Last ball of the over. And he will do so quite easily. Clever batting from Parnell. 196 for 9. 46 overs gone. Important 4 overs remaining. And that's the end of Thomas Gqeberha's spell. His 10-over spell, conceding 41 runs, and he's taken the 2 wickets.
Just the 2 boundaries, that's 6 in the over hit by Parnell and a 4 hit previously. Not the most convincing of shots. So an excellent spell from Thomas Gqeberha again, and looks like Wesley Beja to continue.
Well, Van Heerden's bowled 8. Kruger's only bowled the 4. Beja will be starting his 8th. So after this, you've got to find 3 overs. Surely Peters must bowl 1 of them. And then you've got Van Heerden and Mungaroo, who've also bowled 8. Do you risk bringing Patrick Kruger onto bowl when he's been rather expensive? Elegant looking cover drive for nothing.
He was going at 5s. It's not, tragically expensive. Peters should be a sure thing. Do you risk Van Heerden, the part-timer? Will he?
I think the slower you bowl, the more risk the batsman's got to take to try and score runs off the delivery. And if he swings across the line,
It's gone.
good chance that he's going to get himself out. Remember, the Tuskers are 9 down. It'd be a different story if they were 4 or 5 down, because then you've got proper batsmen at the crease, and a slow bowler then, well, he can travel.
No, absolutely. I think there might be a good chance of us seeing Van Heerden again, and even possibly Kruger. But he might, change it up a bit, change up his pace.
Well, they say the 49th over is the most important over. Pull from Parnell. Third delivery. So he's quite happy to let Dupavillon face the medium pacer.
He's got 3 deliveries. I mean, Darren Dupavillon is perfectly capable of sticking around and knocking them for singles, finding the gaps. Field comes in for him.
Well bowled, slower delivery that from Badger. Almost had Dupavillon playing too early.
Gave him the opportunity to expose all of his stumps. Not the worst ploy. Possibly luring Wayne Parnell into a false sense of security. He'll play the spinner. He'll play the premier bowler.
De Villiers from mid-on inside the circle has just dropped himself 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Done him. That's it for the Tuskers. Their final wicket falls, a total of 197. And I think the side that'll feel happiest at the end of that Tuskers innings certainly will be the Warriors. 197. They'll be more than happy chasing with the batting lineup they've got. But the Tuskers didn't complete their 50 overs. They were 73 without loss, and it's just been a procession since then.
It's the beauty of St. George's, or the terror of playing here. Wesley Badger finishes with 1 for 32. That's his first wicket, and Wayne Parnell is undefeated in 31 of 43. Malcolm Knopfel still the highest scorer, 57 of 111, and unfortunately it is not a second fifer for Gideon Peters.
He's bowled well. He deserved it with those 4 wickets. So the Tuskers, having won the toss, asking the Warriors to field first. The Warriors now batting last, know exactly what target they have to chase. They've asked for the heavy roller for the 7-minute roll in between innings and the lunch break. And I'm sure the Warriors will go into the change rooms feeling a lot happier than the Tuskers. We'll be back very shortly with the Warriors' effort. Welcome back to Dafabet, St George's Park. There's the log standings in this Cricket South Africa One Day Cup Division 1. And you can see the valuable 2-point lead that the Lions have over the Warriors. Dafabet Warriors, remember on Wednesday, their game was no result. It was abandoned because of the weather, and those 2 points still could come back to haunt them, the ones that they couldn't achieve, because they had the Titans in an absolute mess on Wednesday night when that thunder shower just made this St George's Park outfield into a swimming pool. At the moment, the Lions are busy playing Boerland, who are on 13 points. Now look above Boerland, you've got Dragons, Titans. Okay, so the Warriors and Lions, we can take it for granted, they will be in the top 3. Titans, Dragons, and Boerland will, any one of them, add 5 points, and they then become the third side qualifying for the playoff. And it's all going to depend on today and tomorrow's results. At the moment, the Lions are busy playing against Boerland, down in Boerland. And that's going to be a crackerjack of a game. Fortunately, the Warriors, they're only chasing 197 in 50 overs. They want the bonus point. They must get it in 40 overs. Dupavillon goes to Letako. Good line, just a little bit of shape away from the right-handed batsman. You wonder what the game plan is, the strategy is going to be from the 2 Warriors opening batsmen. While the ball's hard, while it's new, do they chase as much as they can to try and break the back of that required total that the Tuskers put on the board? Or do they rather pace themselves over a 40 over, remember, 40 overs, to achieve that to get the bonus point? Oh, and that's edge, just wide of a diving second slip, and almost a chance going to hand from Moothee Letako.
Yes, and Letako off the mark. Not in the way that he would have wanted, but it's 4 to the scoreboard nonetheless.
No, good effort, second slip. But that new ball is travelling a lot quicker, and it was wide enough off the edge. I think to take it away for 4.
I think, Craig, in conditions that the Warriors batters know well, they would look to be positive without being reckless.
No, I'm sure. They've been in good nick all tournament. Yeah, that's a better leave.
Certainly learned his lesson from the previous delivery, but once again, Dupavillon on the money, on the mark.
Opening with Letako, Mohammed Manak. Pretty set top order. At one stage, Treshila opened with Letako, but they've gone with Manak, with the likes of Matthew Brzeski away for the RPL, Stubbs away for the RPL. Oh, beauty.
Very, very good start here to the Moothee Tuskers bowling innings. The experience of a Darren Dupavillon just running in, understanding the conditions, it certainly seems, and just looking to hit a length and a line that makes the batters second guess themselves.
Yeah, I think he's more of a line and length bowler than somebody like a Gideon Peters that will do a batsman for pace, where the discipline of Dupavillon's deliveries, with that little shape away, it's more the discipline that gets him. And that should be called wide, drifting down the leg side. Possibly just looking for an extra little bit of swing. Started at 2 straight. 5 without loss.
And in these first 4, 5, 6 overs, Craig, I think the Tuskers bowlers will look to make use of the movement through the air as much as they can. We saw in the Dafabet Warriors bowling innings a little bit of shape up front for the bowlers, and then that shape disappeared quite quickly.
as you look at that picture, the wind is coming from right to left across the screen. So Gqeberha is using that gentle little southwesterly breeze to take that new ball away from the right-handed batsman, coming over the old Crusaders grandstand here at Dafabet, St George's Park.
And of course, with that shape that we speak of, he would look to bring his 2 slips into play, which he already has ball 1 or 2 of this innings.
Now, while the ball's still new, you've got to give yourself every opportunity to get amongst the early wickets. Quick single, you'll have to hurry. Gets home, does the tackle.
Good piece of fielding as well. I get the sense that the tackle was always going to be safe there, and just that little dink into the pocket on the offside already is showing us some type of intent, some type of urgency, which perhaps we didn't see in the Moothee Ram Tuskers innings. They were content to look for the boundary instead of looking to just hit the ball into the pocket, take the single, and get the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, well, it's that urgency with the batsman at the crease that's going to get to that required total in the 40 overs to give them that much needed bonus point. Now, here we are talking as though the Warriors are going to walk this, but as we saw with the Tuskers, they struggled on this pitch. The moment that new ball, which is at both ends at the moment it gets softer and a little bit older and a little bit scuffed up, it becomes a problem on this pitch. There's no pace in this pitch. It is a second-hand used pitch. Hardest Viljoen, very experienced. 184 wickets, 122 matches. Useful. With international experience. Gets that shape as well. The new ball talking.
He'd be very happy with that start. And as you've mentioned, a gentleman who's been around the world, who's played his cricket in different parts of the world, who brings a lot of experience to this Tuskers bowling lineup. It should be quite a matchup between him and this successful Dafabet Warriors opening pair.
Yeah, I think we saw it from some of the Warriors bowlers. On a pitch like this, you're not going to get sheer pace. Does well to squeeze it out. Does Luteko, back for the second and turning for the third. Brilliant running. It's the first run 3 we've seen today, and it just shows you with the urgency, you turn 1s, maybe easy 2s into 3, and all of a sudden that target gets a lot closer.
And back we go to our discussion earlier about batsmanship. Good old-fashioned batting, good cricket, intent, urgency. Run between the wickets, run hard between the wickets, run the first one hard. Just good old school cricket.
Yeah, it just shows you how tough it is. Hardest Viljoen batting or bowling with the wind coming over his left shoulder. Once again guided. Very good at just guiding the ball around.
And very interesting, Craig, in the warm-up, in the Tuskers warm-up, bowling warm-up, just before the start of this innings, Hardus was bowling from the Duck Pond Pavilion end, and he was getting the ball to shape, much like Gqeberha has gotten it to shape. And in his first 3 deliveries, there hasn't been a lot of lateral movement for him. He's just hit good areas.
Well, that little breeze from the southwest certainly assisting the bowlers. Down the leg side, drifting, I think. That's with the umpires, Warren Weingaard and Andre Boulefia. They've been questioned on a couple of times so far, and their decisions very good. 11 without loss. 40 overs. That target is needed. 198 needed. A fortuitous edge. Perfect line and length from Viljoen. And to me, that's a sign of a good batting side and a good technique. That was a brilliant ball from Hardisfullion. But still the batsman had the nous. Run it down to third man, get the single. So they're turning over the strike even off the good balls. How often did we see Tuskers batsmen smack the ball straight at fielders? That'll be called wide. Runs adding up nicely for the Warriors.
And speaking to that little dink down to third man by Manak 2 balls ago, he didn't have all the control in the world that he would have loved on that, but the awareness to not push it that and let it come to him, play it under the eyes, and he ran it beautifully down to third man. Understanding your own conditions, very important.
You know, you go at the ball with soft hands, you play the line. And where a lot of batsmen make the mistake, if it does swing away, they tend to follow it. Oh, another wide delivery. So a little bit of spraying the deliveries from Hardisfullion.
And he's got to keep his wits about him here. He bowled 2 or 3 very good deliveries to start his over off with. And then he's let it go a little bit.
Well, it's imperative that the Tuskers bowlers keep their discipline because they haven't got that many runs to play with. That'll be another one. Long over this is turning out to be.
Ooh, he's battling a little bit in this one. Of course, in a relatively modest run chase on a surface that is quite two-paced, that you're never really quite in on. Extras is gold. Extras is absolute gold.
Well, there's another one to add to those extras. Look at that, a leg by and then 4 wides in a row. Warriors haven't done too much other than that squeeze delivery for 3 by Leteko. They've got to 16 without loss with all the extras. 6 so far. Good fielding. Won't stop the single though. On impact, the run was called. So finally the end of Hardisfullion's over. Bullard has gone 17 without loss. There your log standings at the moment. Lions with that extra 2 points because of the Warriors being a match abandoned on Wednesday. And they're 2 points behind. The Lions busy playing Boerland, down in Boerland at the moment. Important game for everybody. Good placement.
And Craig, what a show that is for our domestic cricket as it stands at the moment. That at the business end of this CSA One-Day Cup, we don't know who will be the top 3. Any one of 4 teams could be there.
Oh, well, we know who the top 2 are going to be. Warriors and the Lions. Is it going to be the Lions at number 1 or the Warriors at number 1? If the Lions win their game in Boerland, there's no question about it. They've already got the 2-point lead over the Warriors. So they will host the final and ending up first in the Cricket South Africa One-Day Cup. Finishing first in the round robin matches, they go straight through to the final at their home ground. In that case, the Lions winning, the Warriors will end up second. It's that third spot that 3 sides can possibly end up there depending on the results. And it's a case of if the Lions come unstuck down at Boerland Park and Boerland win the game, then all of a sudden with the Warriors possibly getting a bonus point here, they go to number 1, straight through to the final, home final. but it's that number 3 spot. If the Warriors if the Boland side beat the Lions, then almost they will go to 3rd spot. Depends on what the Titans and the Dragons do. And they're playing tomorrow. So everybody will be sitting on the edge of their seats looking at those results. Oh, dug in short that from de Pavlin. At the body, a Manak, not much he could do. Now, who would you put your money on there? Go on, you tell me. Jacques?
Craig, I'll have to keep my money in my pocket on this one. It's
Pull
so
a rabbit out the hat. Come on, pull a rabbit out the hat.
I'll go with Boland. I'm a stickler for the underdog, and I think Boland can pull it off. They'll need the momentum multiply Titans and the Northwest Dragons fixture to go their way, but I think that Boland can do it.
No, well, they won. Boland are 1 point behind. So, evasive action gets rewarded with the boundary. Fine delivery that from de Pavlin. Tucked up Manak completely. Almost fended it off his nose away for 4.
Unfortunately, this time no reward for the bowler, but that short ball today has caused problems for the batters.
Yeah, it's an uneven bounce because you don't quite know what height it's going to be when it gets to you. And you talk to batsmen at the highest level. Speed is something they can handle. Uneven bounce is most probably the worst thing that the good batsmen like about facing a delivery.
And I can imagine, Craig, it would play on the mind of a batter. Facing express pace on its own is a challenge. Now having to deal with uneven bounce, not knowing whether the ball is standing up off a length or whether it's going to skid onto you, and take nothing away from de Pavlin. That really was a good short ball.
Oh yeah. So 3 overs gone, 22 without loss. That rate achieved at the moment just over the 7s, and 282 deliveries left, 176 runs required. At the moment, the Warriors camp, I think, will feel the more comfortable. Better from Viljoen.
Really solid defense by Diteko as well. And to our previous conversation, not getting stuck on the crease on the front foot. Covered the line well, moved into the ball well, and played a very, very good, necessary defensive shot.
You're on a pitch that can play tricks. Your technique gets shown up if it's lacking. Struck on the pad, new ball from a tall bowler, I think slightly high and maybe just drifting down the leg side. That jagged back at Diteko.
Viljoen getting that ball to talk off the surface. Beautiful delivery.
Now, there's nothing worse than batting on an uneven pitch. You don't know whether to duck, play, bob or weave, and you end up playing from the crease. Good looking shot. Oh, they didn't need to give away the single. That let them down. As a bowler, that's very frustrating, because you've worked out your strategy for the over, depending on the batsman you're bowling at. And then halfway through that over, the batsman rotates strike, the bowler gets frustrated, because now his strategy, he's got to rethink it. And the more frustrated the bowler gets, the more hittable deliveries he bowls.
Lovely stroke by Manak. It doesn't trouble the scorers or the scoreboard though. And just back to your previous point there, Craig. You know, your big fast bowler running in, looking to put the ball down as quickly as he can. A regulation little dink to the fielder at mid-off
would frustrate the bowler a little bit. He's done his job, and there's been a release of the little bit of pressure that is built up by an innocuous little misfield.
No, sure, those dot balls that he started the over with now amount to nothing. A very good line and length again from Viljoen. Now the ball is new. Remember, 2 new balls at the start of an innings, one from each end, and it's only after the 34th over that one of those balls is chosen for the remaining 16. It's an important fact to think about in terms of strategy, in terms of asset planning your bowlers. Oh, that's a swish at a wide delivery. If you're going to go at it, go hard.
And that's what he did. I think we'll need to see if we can fetch the kitchen sink on the other side of the Crusaders stand there. An interesting caveat, Craig, when it comes to the 2 balls and having to choose one after the 34th over. Very, very interesting, and it requires from the bowling team to think a bit more about the game and where this is going and how we want to plan our bowling innings.
It's called matchups. There's a Division 2 final, and that's the Knights against the Nyati, and that's tomorrow, Sunday. So lots of cricket for our armchair viewers. Only thing that has to work tomorrow is your finger to get your TV onto the right YouTube channel.
Yes, Craig, definitely a lot of cricket on at the moment. So for us cricket lovers, 2 big days in front of the telly or in front of YouTube. And although not swashbuckling stuff here today, we've been treated to some really, really good percentage cricket.
Not going to get that sort of delivery away. The experienced Dafabet keeping the batsman on the defensive.
And he has been impressive in his 2.2 overs. This is now the 3rd over of his first spell. He has been impressive. Very unlucky not to get the wicket of Diteko in his first over. Brilliant delivery, inducing the outside edge and just evading the outstretched hand of the second slip, who is quite close in where he is. But Dafabet has done really, really well in his 2.2 overs.
Now, that boundary we saw, that could have been a catch, but it just shows you the positive play from the Warriors. If you're going to go at the ball, go hard. And if you go hard and get an edge, well, then the fielder's got to be on top of his game to get that delivery to hand to effect the dismissal. Go hard, it will require even better fielding.
Back to our final and venue playoff permutations, Craig. The Warriors would certainly want a home final because they understand their conditions. Traditionally, your team from up north have struggled to bat coming down here, and that certainly would work in the favor of the Dafabet Warriors.
Well, if you go hard, you get the result. Flashing outside the off stump and rewarded with the 4. Yeah, those results you're talking about. Dafabet Warriors need the 5 points. They have to. Have a look at the shot. Goes hard at it. Thick outside edge, and it flies away to the shortest part of the boundary. Now, the Warriors have to get 5 points. They've got to bank on Boland beating the Lions. Then the Warriors will have a home final. Boland beat the Lions. They can still be in problems depending on the outcome of the Titans versus the Dragons tomorrow. Oh, you heard the inside edge before the pad there.
Gqeberha causing problems here for the Dafabet Warriors batters at the minute. 2 boundaries off his bowling, or 3 boundaries, sorry, off his bowling. None of them where the batter had control over the stroke. So Gqeberha definitely causing problems with his line, with his length, and he has got 1 ball left in this over. He'll want to finish strong, but he would also want some reward for his efforts.
Yeah, conventionally an away swing bowler, Gqeberha, but he's got that other delivery that just goes straight on with the arm. Good cricket all round. Well bowled, well batted. Brings to an end the 5th over. 28 without loss, the Warriors chasing 198 for victory.
Warriors haven't looked at getting out of first gear yet, and here we see the standings once again. A lot has been said about the standings. The Dafabet Warriors, as we speak, currently 2 points behind the DP World Lions.
More interesting is Titans, Dragons, Burland. Who's going to occupy that number 3 spot? And Titans are playing Dragons tomorrow. Burland are busy playing the Lions. It could be any one of those 3 sides, depending on the results. And also hosting the final will depend on results as well. Exciting climax to the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup.
And as viewers and cricket lovers, that's exactly what we want, isn't it?
The element of the unknown, which provides the fascination.
Even a team that has been as consistent as the Dafabet Warriors haven't run away with the competition yet. And that is a good sign for South African cricket.
Well, I think more importantly is the level of our domestic cricket. Nobody can take any opponent for granted. Because as we all know, white ball cricket can throw some very funny rabbits out of the hat. That's well bowled.
Gqeberha up to the task. He has looked good, Gqeberha. He's defended well. He's ridden his luck a little bit, which you need as a batter at any level. But he has defended well. He's gotten behind the line of the ball beautifully.
Yeah, he's got 100 to his name already this season. So he knows what it's all about. Very accomplished opening batsman. Oh, everybody's screaming, catch it. Was that driven onto his boot maybe? Or the backspin off the bat, ground, and then off the pad? But it had all the fielders screaming.
Modiri Gqeberha's numbers, and that 100 that you spoke of, Craig, he'll be happy that that is out of the way. Some really good numbers there for his relatively young fledgling career in Division 1 white ball cricket.
No, this youngster can bat. The talent's been recognised. Averaging mid-30s, very good. Just for 16 matches so far. Strike rate possibly can be a bit higher, but if you're playing on dicey pitches or some that possibly favour the bowler, oh, that's sconned him. Was it off the shoulder, off the helmet? I think off the arm and shoulder, because otherwise the physio would have been out there in the flat. 6 overs gone. The Warriors chasing 198 for victory, or 28 without loss.
You see that again? Oh, that's definitely not a glancing blow, and once again, it's the crossbat stroke of the short ball.
Yeah, and I think the umpires have got together and they're waiting for the physio to come out, because that possibly did make contact with the helmet, and protocol enforces the physio to come and do a concussion test on the batsman. Sconned him good and proper. How often have we seen batsmen playing cross-bat shots on this pitch and got themselves into a heap of trouble? What didn't help him either was taking his eyes off the ball, because that's when you can really get hurt. But, oh,
Especially when he expected the delivery to rise a little bit more than it did.
well, that's why the cross-bat shot on this sort of pitch always has an element of danger and risk attached to it. Because you're either going to wear it, you're going to top edge it, and very seldom you might get it in the middle of the bat and it flies out the ground. But that is a minor percentage. There you are. That's just confirming the Division 2 final. Knights versus Nyati. Going to be a huge game, that.
And
On the Cricket SA YouTube channel, it's there, all the action from ball one. Gqeberha starts his fourth. A play and a miss, optimistic from Manak. Still that little bit of movement there available for Gqeberha.
he would have been around the block a few times in domestic cricket, Craig, and he'll know that there will be reward for his bowling. He just needs to keep doing what he is doing. He's hitting good areas, he's troubling the batters, he's asking questions which they have not successfully answered yet.
Oh, you can sum it up in one sentence. Effort always gets rewarded. Now that just doesn't bounce at all. Now that only serves to confuse the batsman, because he has a flash at one and it bounces way past the outside edge. Same length, almost the same width, and it creeps along the ground. Darren Gqeberha, 59 wickets. An average in the 20s, very good. Economy in the 5s. That makes him an asset to any team. He's been around and he can play. Tuskers need him to make the breakthrough. Solid defense from Manak.
As we see Mohammed Manak's numbers, averaging a touch over 28, he would want to get that up. And quite a healthy strike rate, but only 2 matches and a very young man still at the age of 23.
He's got a great future ahead of him. He's got that through the gap. Do they turn the 2 into 3? I think they'll settle for the 2, they do.
And Craig, Mohammed Manak has shown glimpses of what he can do in the T20 competition, the CSA T20 competition, where he helped get his team off to some really, really good starts. Definitely a gentleman who can bat at the top of the innings. Just the one score of 50 plus to his name. And at this stage of his life as a cricketer in Division 1, a very, very healthy strike rate, I think, Craig.
Yeah, run a ball, I think, is the norm. Oh, and that has creeped along the ground, expecting it to bounce. You can always judge a pitch after both sides have batted. And this doesn't look like it's going to be an easy chase for the Warriors. 30 without loss, it's the foundation they want. Because remember, they've got to reach that target by the 40th over to get that extra bonus point. not much Manek could do with that delivery. So the end of 7 overs, 30 without loss, the Warriors, chasing 198 for victory. Just the highlights of that Tuskers innings was the bowling of Gideon Peters, 4 for 32, and Thomas Gqeberha, 2 for 41. And just a reminder about the Division 2 final tomorrow, the Knights versus Mnyati. And it's at Cricket SA YouTube channel. That should be a cracker. Kimberley Oval.
Two sides that are hungry to make their way back into Division 1, and having followed their progress through the season, two very well balanced teams, a lot of experience in there with a little bit of youth sprinkled in, and they've just played really fantastic cricket, these two sides.
Yeah, it's also a case where you're looking at that Kimberley pitch. It's like a national highway. Perfect for batting. Hardest for Lyon. Starts his 4th over. Oh, sent back, you'll have to hurry, and the throw misses. Oh, Reteko almost in trouble. We saw a couple of close misses when the Warriors were fielding. Now, it's the batsman that's been very lucky now.
Tuskers fielders, hands on hips, they know that that wicket would have been a massive, massive breakthrough for them.
Yeah. It's a case of wanting to get amongst the batsmen in terms of their batting order. You've got to take every chance when it arrives. You can see the Teko trying to drive, and the ball's just not coming on. You can hear it in the sound of the ball off the cricket bat, but it wasn't timed. Clunky.
And there, Hardisville Yoon seems to be gesturing to his teammate, exactly what you've just mentioned.
Oh, a little bit too straight from Fullion. Just allows the pressure release. Because you look at the state of the game, the only way that the Tuskers are going to get near to winning this game, they need to take 10 wickets. So every opportunity that arises, they must take with both hands. And if they allow the Warriors to get away and break the back of this chase, everything's in vain. Sweetly struck by Manek. Straight at the fielder though, frustrating.
And even though the Moothee Ram Tuskers obviously are out of this competition in terms of the business end and playing in the playoffs, there still is points to be played for in the overall CSA competition table, where promotion and relegation is still very much on the cards, or relegation at least for our Division 1 teams.
Yeah, well, that's how the Tuskers got into Division 1 when the Knights were dropped down. That's over the head with the wind for 6. That'll do the Warriors batting crowd a world of good.
And that's our first maximum for the day. It's the first 6. It's a very good pickup. My apologies, that's the second one of the day. Very, very well picked up.
Yeah, the fielder there, a squarish fine leg, thought he was in business. And it got up into the wind and just said, no way is Jose. 6 runs, 37 without loss. That boundary will do wonders for the Warriors dugout. All of a sudden the boost in confidence playing shots like that. Good over that. 8 overs gone. 37 without loss. The Warriors chasing 198 for victory. They need it in 40 overs to secure that bonus point, which in terms of the league phase of the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup is so important. They need that bonus point because the Lions do stand 2 points ahead of the Warriors on the log at the moment. But it's time for a change of commentary, and joining you will be Kelly Robbins and Abongile Sejuni.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good opening stint from you guys here. No wickets down for the Warriors. Kelly, welcome again this afternoon.
Yeah,
A nice curry.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I saw you sweating a little bit there. So it's not the biggest fan of curry, eh?
Curry. No, I've had bad experiences. One in Delhi and one in Durban. So yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway, good start for the Warriors, yeah?
Yeah, speaking of reality in Gqeberha at the moment, the Warriors are 37 for no loss after 8. Chasing hopefully that bonus points. Nice steady start.
Well bowled. From Darren to Pavilion there. Bit of shape on that ball. Yeah, I'm sure the Warriors have got the TV on there in their change room, having one eye on the game at Paul. Which you see Paul doing well there, 65 for 3, the Lions. So let's just hope it'll be all well for the Warriors here. Again, guided down to third man, well done there from Mo Manek, protecting the strike once again.
Yeah, I'd say that one was more of an intentional guide than the genuine edge that he had a ball or two before.
They've done well, going above 4.5, 4.6. We didn't see from the Tuskers. So these guys are showing intent from the word go. Running well between the overs, dropping and running hard. Obviously, there are a few close ones, run out, but the intent is there, which is good to see.
Some good disciplined bowling there from Darren Dafabet. He's obviously a veteran, he knows exactly what he's doing, as does Hardest for Yun. The question will come when their relief bowlers or their second, their first choice, second choice, first change, second change bowlers come on.
Yeah, I'm sure Wayne Parnell will bring his experience as well. Having started here as a 16-year-old, so all that experience, I'm sure he'll bowl. No Fall has bowled well, and they've got Gqeberha. And Andile can also bowl, so a bit of inexperience after this. Only Parnell was more experienced.
All of those bowlers have proven to be game changers in various aspects of the game. I mean, I've seen Gqeberha shows stuff in the T20 formats, and Wayne Parnell is obviously incredibly experienced. So it's going to be a challenge for both teams, especially if these batsmen get set, or especially with the batsmen to come.
Yeah, I just think the Tuskers needed wickets up front early. They haven't done that, and the score is not quite enough at this stage from what I've picked up. Wicket is actually playing much better. Oh, misfield there from Matt Lukwai. Oh, so Darren won't be happy with that one.
They can ill afford misfields at this point, because even going at a sedate, almost a sedate pace, they could climb towards that bonus point without you even noticing.
Okay, that's the end of the 9th over, 40 without loss. As you saw in the first innings, where Moothee ram Tuskers were 73 without loss. So looks like it's up front with the new ball. Not many wickets were taken, so but we saw precision after that from the Tuskers once one wicket fell.
What the Tuskers will be looking to do is to make sure they minimize the amount of extras that they concede, unlike the Warriors, who unfortunately conceded over 30 yet again.
This is good comeback. This from Hardas. After his first over, where he bowled 4 wides in that over. He's done well. Shows all his experience to come back from that. And also Wayne Parnell for keeping with him. Not dropping him after the first over. To let him bowl. Show all.
Yeah, so I'd also pay £1,000 to get all that shit back.
I said I should take cheaper. I said take cheaper. I said forget about the freaking funds. It's all the ads, it's all the information, it's all card. Where did that your phone?
I'm just going to get this
Cheers, Remy. Cheers, China boy. Are you going to allow money and ready to... Oh, you boy. Oh, you boy. Remember that? What did you say? Mikey!
Hardesvillian still going. Looks like Wayne Parnell is seeing that Matt de Villiers. They struggled the last over. The ball hitting the pads twice. So he's got in a short mid-wicket there. They're probably going to look to target his pads there. Because you know, with this setup, he always goes across to off-stump. That decides against that. Look to go to gully because he also likes to guide it down, especially early on in his innings.
If he's a tad indecisive about how to approach the stage of the innings, about how he's going to go about his game.
Great shot there from Matt de Villiers. Straight as a dive, gone for 4. That's past Hardes's ankles. Great shot, nice and straight.
There's absolutely no way to describe that shot except for textbook.
What Matthew de Villiers does well is actually draws bowlers to come to his pads and then hits them nicely because that's well balanced. So that's the key to that shot. His head is balanced going towards the ball and his feet are balanced as well. His hips are not coming through there.
Everything's in a straight line.
So he moves across quite a lot and draws the bowlers to come to him and then he plays it through mid-wicket or quite straight. And he runs well. Oof, he runs well. That's what I like about this bunch of the Warriors. They run well between the wickets.
I see some of the newer players who came in, like Mo Manek, struggled slightly with the communication. But generally, the communication between the Warriors players is excellent. I mean, you could even see it with the Sunrisers. Those who played for the Warriors, their communication was top-notch.
Oh, up in the air, it's gone over long off. Is he going to get there? Nah, only two. Shackleton chases it down and gets it back to the bowler. Modiri is also looking to show intent as well. I think back of their minds, they are thinking about that bonus point.
And maybe they've sort of, realized that they're setting a platform where they, can start to go for it. They've got enough batsmen still in the hats.
If you remember, these two in Par led a big partnership, both getting hundreds. Where Warriors got 400. So they understand each other very well, and they complement each other on how they play. So this is a big partnership for the Dafabet Warriors to try and get close to that score as quickly as they can.
It's actually impressive how both of these players have gelled so quickly into this Warriors mix.
Another good shot from Modiri there. Matt Ukwat down there, fields well. That adds another single to the score.
Modiri's going to usually look to pick up quite a few runs back out of square like that. It looks to be his go-to shots. Easy singles. And there might not be as much urgency amongst the fielders here as there were when the Warriors were fielding.
Oh, there's the nick. They just moved the slip out. Oh, great fielding that from Matt Ukwat. They just moved the slip to short mid-wicket, and in next one. It's going through for 2 runs. That's Warriors. That's the end of the over. 61 for 1. After 12 overs, Matt de Villiers on 7 and Litek on 29.
Partnership moves to 16. It's only 137 to win. Remember, for the bonus point, the Warriors need to make the score before 40 overs are up. At 40 overs. But most importantly, we need to keep an eye on how the Lions are doing. Because it looks like a winner takes all at this stage.
As there's a change of bowling from the dark point end by Manye Kleingle. He had a good ball out against Western Province. Arnott Newlands, where he picked up a 3-for. Hells from Middle Drift in King Williamstown, or Alice region. Funny enough, he went to Dell College. I did coach him a bit there when I had my little coaching stint there at Dell. So it's good to see he's made progress.
Something in the water there.
No, definitely.
No, Conklin. King Williamstown.
That's on there.
You're teaching me on air, eh? You're teaching me on air. Hey, my clicks go missing, eh? Yeah, my clicks go missing.
Come through. Bamanye Kleingle played for Mpumalanga.
Also played in the SA20.
Yes. He hasn't played SA20, but he did well for Northwest that time, or NPAL. Oh, great shot from Matt de Villiers, leaning back and cutting pass point there for 4.
Can't offer that kind of width. It's just really going to take advantage because there is, as soon as you get it past your points fielder, you are You're home. Great shots. That'll give Matthew de Villiers a world of confidence, which I'm not sure he needs, but he's got it.
Another pull shot. He loves it there. He loves to play square. He cuts well. Pulls nicely.
Drives beautifully.
He's practicing his golf shots. That's, if you see how he uses his hands, he lets his hands go. So then he rolls his wrist nicely. That's how well he played that shot past point there. Oof, Moothee misses out. Short and wide. I think just lifted last minute. Because quite short in that corner there by the scoreboard. So anything that goes past point, it's also downhill, goes for 4.
Yeah, they had a little bit more bounce in it than the previous deliveries, so perhaps he misjudged that. They do have the extra. You have some protection out there.
Showing us intent from Moothee, looking to drop and run. By rotating the strike, doesn't let the bowler settle, because they really play differently, these two.
You can also see the clear communication between the Warriors batters, the clear no's, the clear yeses.
I'll pulls it down. Hardest after it there. No, I guess there. I think there was more glove. That's why I didn't really get quickly to hardest for you there.
Usually this outfield is like lightning, but I don't think that that's, was all bats. So that's the end of the 13th over. 69 for 1, the Warriors, with Maduka Leteko moving to 32 of 49. Matthew de Villiers 12 of 8.
I like how de Villiers plays. He's always above 100 the strike rate. He's never bogged down. Every game is played, whether it's 4-day cricket, whether it's T20, whether it's 50 overs, he's always ahead of that 100 strike rate.
She used to have a rule of thumb about Colin Ingram. Whenever he started playing at a run over a runner ball, I knew he'd make runs. As soon as he was below a runner ball for a certain period of time, he was going to get bogged down. He was just one of those players you needed to keep moving.
As you see, change from the Graham Pollock pavilion end is Malcolm Knowfel, left arm spinner. Of course, you got 2 right-handers batting, so you will have that left arm spinner to come through there. That's where that end Thomas Copper bowled very well from that end. Maybe there'll be something here for Malcolm Knowfel. He's got 52 wickets. Best of 3 for 28. An average of economy is quite good, 4.9.
Average is good for a spinner. Under 30.
Very good. He's been around the block, age 34. As we said earlier, he went to New Zealand to go apply his trade there. Oh, nice sweep shot there from Leteko.
I think that might beat the fielder. Will it? Oh, good fielding down at the boundary.
It's good running from the Warriors batters. Running 3 there. It's not easy to run 3 with this outfield so quick. So they did well there to get 3 runs.
That was actually lightning running between the wickets because that was a very, very good piece of fielding.
Great shot again from Matt de Villiers going for the sweep shot. Knowfel hasn't caught his line right here. He's bowling a leg stump line, which is easy to sweep with no backward square leg on the boundary because they've only got cow corner there. So it's a freebie basically there.
Leaving open that space for somebody who has an effective sweep shot like Matthew de Villiers is an open invitation And also not allowing him to settle.
Wow. With his dancing shoes on. Hit it way over mid on. It's going for 6. Not letting him no full settle at all here.
On the charge, Matthew de Villiers is on the charge. 83 for 1. Partnership moves on to 80 to 38. They're definitely not letting Nuffle settle. They've hit him to basically, at least 3 different zones of this ground.
I think that he's going to be key for them with the ball turning away from them. So they're looking to take him down here.
Much better from the bowler.
That was quicker and flatter. I don't think he'll be tossing it up anytime soon after that. It goes again, straight up. Oh, Hardest underneath it. Oh, he's caught it.
It's a good catch from Hardest for Yun. Maybe a shot too far from Matthew de Villiers, and that is a wicket from Nuffle. After a very expensive over, 14 runs and a wicket. Matthew de Villiers perishes. Going for a big shot, not quite getting under it. Going straight up in the air. Hardest for Yun, even under the sunlight, manages to pocket it. The drinks come on. Goes for 23 from 13 balls. That includes 3 fours and 1 6. And as he did most of his runs, into the covers. Nice and straight.
In Matt de Villiers, he had one thing on his mind. Get to the score very quickly. But he perishes. Ball that was outside of stump, he looked to drag it over mid-on again. But that brings in Sinethemba Qashile.
Very experienced player, 62 innings, 27 these days. Made 950s, 200s, highest score 126.
Yeah, that 126 was there at in the West Indies when he went through with the CSA side last season. So his first one he scored, I think his first season for the Warriors.
First season for the Warriors was absolutely wonderful. Maybe a case of CSA picking a bit of very talented.
Yeah, I did get selected for a T20 game without playing one T20 for the Warriors.
Didn't bowl, didn't bat, either one. With either one of those T20s. I see we've got the DP World Lions. They're 117 for 5, with Richard Sedek-Swane on 12-27. And Delano Pocket is still there, 17 of 27.
Yeah, Delano knows pretty much how to play this kind of situations.
And Sedek-Swane is a very, very stable partner. So this game is nowhere near finished.
Yeah, if you look at it, they still have Bjorn to come in. They still have Bayer Swanepoel. So those guys can hang around and score runs very quickly.
Yeah, and they can hit a ball too.
So maybe Matt was rushing to the change room to watch that game.
We'll have to see how these two approach it.
White says umpire Warren Weingart. Too short above the head there, Bamanya Klangwa. You're going to have to bowl it again.
Do you think they will change their approach?
I just think it's two different batters on how they approach things. Qashile likes to take his time up front, so he'll probably get in and try, but there's still lots of time to get them in. Another 26 overs to get the score. Oh, Modiri trying to go over point there.
I see Modiri is trying to be quite attacking. I know Gqeberha likes to garden around a bit, find out what the pitch is doing. He's usually quite a good judge of it. And then he does play his shots. So it'll be interesting to see when he does decide to go. I mean, there is plenty of time. Keep playing, keep playing like this and that'll be fine.
Another scamper signal there from the two. Seems like Moothee has been in the thick of things there with these quick singles. But Gqeberha is equally quite quick between the stumps though.
He is very quick between the stumps. If he hadn't run so far past those stumps, I mean, the overthrow could have been on. But on the plus side, they weren't ball watching, which is one of my pet peeves.
Let's see if the captain's brave enough to put a slip in there. No, Pwane says no, he'll keep just 6 in the circle. Just brings the sweeper up. Bit of shape there from Bamanye Gqeberha. He got Snetemba Gqeberha on the walk there. I think he just adjusted nicely there. Could you see that's in the air? I'll play it again. Ooh! Just trying to catch Moothee. Off guard, yeah. Bamanye quick to throw the non-striker's end, just to see if Moothee is not sleeping there. It's good bowling this from Bamanye. Looks like he's getting a bit of shape here. And the length his bowling is very good. Good stuff, us. Following up on that wicket they got the previous over. This is good stuff, this from the Tuskers. Just to put the batters a little bit under pressure. It's good end all, yeah, Bamanye Gqeberha. Oh, well played that from Gqeberha off the hip. One to square leg. And that's the end of the 15th over. 86 for 2 after 15.
No for continue. 1 for 14. 86 for 2. Big wicket of the Warriors. That was a disappointment for the Warriors camp because he's been in such prolific form, those Warriors. And the Tuskers, I'm sure that was one of the wickets that they were keen to see the back of. 86 for 2. Norfolk. Gqeberha. Oh, and that's got through everybody. Just a single. You get an edge on that, bottom edge. So very fortunate for Gqeberha.
Fortunately, threw it away.
Oh, once again, losing a wicket, playing across the line, as we've seen far too often today. Good delivery that from Norfolk. Because all of a sudden, having got the wicket of de Villiers, now the balance of powers turned in favour of the bowler. Good delivery that from Norfolk. Lots of flight. 111 runs required for victory. And I think a big psychological advantage here will be to get that required target less than 100. Now there's an indication of a spin and bounce, unpredictable bounce. Was that almost turned and reared up? A little bit sloppy there, giving those runs away with a misfield. It's the least that the Tuskers can afford. They're defending a low total, bowled out for 197. Better delivery from Norfolk.
And of course, Craig, with those 2 wickets that had fallen in relatively quick succession, there's just been a slight pegging back of this Dafabet Warriors innings. And of course, it's the old adage of wickets slowing down the run rate, batters coming in, having to start again. And we alluded to it earlier on today. That is what the Warriors have actually done well this season so far, is that they've never had 2 new batters at the crease. So certainly not the case here, but one feels that particularly Matthew de Villiers' wicket was rather unnecessary.
Well, you know, there are 2 lines of thought chasing a target like that. You either get in and get after the bowling and try and break the back of that target as quickly as possible, or you pace yourself. You know exactly what run rate you require to achieve the target. Oh, that's a beauty of a delivery from Pente.
That's an absolute peach. And all of a sudden, off that same length that had troubled some of the earlier batters, where the ball just didn't get up, that one just shoots through and the keeper takes it just underneath the chin.
Yeah, variable bounce has been a problem we've seen here all day. The pitch they're playing on being a second-hand pitch. Zuma gave that appeal away. Look how far down the leg side he was. That's rather optimistic.
When you bowl the type of delivery that Damanye Kenya bowled his first ball of this over, you really do have to follow it up with a meaningful delivery. That was innocuous, going down leg almost. Didn't trouble the batter at all.
And that'll get called wide. My way of thinking, that first delivery of his was an absolute peach. Back of the length, just in line of 4th stump, it left the batsman slightly. Why change your strategy when surely you should be trying to run up and bowl exactly the same delivery again? And it's not going to be possible. Well, it looked like it could have been glove, and I think Zuma might have spilt it. The way Tempe was charging down the pitch, he thought there was contact made with the ball by the batsman, Gqeberha. Also another wicket that the Tuskers want to see the back of. Oh, good fielding. One-handed, short mid-wicket. Such a vital position that.
Just really good cricket all round there. Not a terrible delivery by Kenya. Gqeberha turned that leg side off the top of off stump, and an excellent acrobatic piece of fielding by that sort of catching mid-wicket.
When in doubt, Play the ball to third man. Clever batting. Well bowled. Not much you can do with that sort of delivery. 17 overs gone, 91 for 2. At the wicket at the moment, Gqeberha 3. Dafabet holding everything together. He's there on 38. The men to have lost their wickets already. Manak just looks a little bit out of sorts opening the innings. He was out for 15, and then de Villiers, the big fish, trying to hoist another delivery over that wide mid-wicket, looking for the maximum, only succeeded in top edging it, and that was de Villiers gone for 23. 91 for 2, 107 runs required. No fault it'll be to continue from the Park Drive end. Going to Gqeberha, plays it late off the back foot, as do so many batsmen with a slow bowler. Oh, that's just hit the wicket keeper, that throw in where it hurts most. It's one of those where everybody else is laughing except you.
No, Craig, nothing to laugh about there.
Yeah, those thin little pads that wicket keepers use. If it catches you on the inside of the knee, can be extremely painful.
So as matters stand right now, Gqeberha is on 4 from 11. And Dafabet 38 from 58 balls. And let's pause there for a second, Craig. Dafabet, of course, coming in at the top of the innings, much like Malcolm Norfall did for the Moothee Tuskers, and looking to play a similar role as what Norfall tried to play, really anchor the innings, batting at 1 or 2. However, strike rates is what's the difference between these two batters, and you can see the difference that it's made in how the teams have gone about doing their business.
Yeah, there's just so much urgency amongst the Warriors batsmen. And what was very evident was every time the Tuskers bowled a very good ball, there was no flashy shot from the batsman, but what they tried to do was to get the single off it. And there's the update on the DP World Lions against Boland. 129 for 5, 35 overs gone. Looks like that's a spinner's pitch as well. Hamza out, Reza Hendricks out, just Delano Porchita not out, and Sela Tswane. Kamanzi with 3 wickets, Stuurman, Nyaka, a wicket apiece, and it's a winners take all. This game and the game down in Paul. If the Lions win that, they host a final. If the Lions lose and the Warriors win this, they will host the final. So you don't need a calculator to work out the permutations there. Where you might need a calculator is to work out who's going to finish in that third spot. Remembering that whoever's on top of the round robin log, they host the final automatically. 2 will then play positions 3 for a place in that final, and that third position certainly up for grabs at the moment. 3 different sides that can make it. Boland, Titans, Dragons. Oh, sweet looking sweep shot that away for 4. Gqeberha at his best.
Sweetly struck that. That couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 meters to the right of the fielder fielding out on that deep square boundary, which is just out of your picture as the viewer, as we have a look at that again. And there we can see that fielder sweetly struck, and Matthew Urquhart down on that deep square boundary had no chance of cutting that off.
Oh, this outfield's like a billiard table. Call for the quick run. Mid-on was sleeping. Shouldn't have been a single there.
Cardinalson that from that mid-on fielder.
Playing it very late is Letako. So the end of 18 overs, 98 for 2. Exactly 100 runs required for victory. Psychologically, when you can get below 100, huge advantage and a boost for the batting side. Eastern Province ladies cricket side playing in the week, starting later this month, but tomorrow the important game, Knights against Inyati and Kimberley, the final of Division 2, one not to be missed. Two form sides, two neighbours, they'll be at each other's throats tomorrow. Sweetly tucked away by Sheila.
Interesting ploy from Gqeberha as well to look to hit that ball leg side, given how a number of deliveries, dismissals have taken place with shots the batters have played across the line or the cross-batted shots. It's an interesting ploy that he's taken here.
Yeah, but you can see he's not playing a flat-out shot. Appeal for LBW. Good throw that from Zuma. And no indication from the umpire.
So we know there was
must have got a scratch on that. Brings up the 100 total for the Dafabet Warriors. 119 balls, 8 4s, 2 6s. Going along quite nicely. Remember, the victory here imperative for the Warriors to have a chance of hosting the final. And Bullant have to pull something out the hat to beat the Lions. Oh, edge doesn't bounce that delivery. Bottom edge onto the pad. Sheila very fortunate. How often have we seen trying to play square of the wicket with a cross-bat shot, the batsman's got himself into trouble.
And that delivery is nothing more than a good length delivery. That's top of off stump, maybe on fourth stump line, and he's looking to hoik that through a straightish mid-wicket area. Interesting ploy from him once again.
Dangerous one. Change of pace. The thought of a quick single was there, just got to mid-on too quickly.
Gqeberha has bowled well here. He just hasn't been able to follow up a good delivery with another good delivery. He's just strayed a little bit. He starts his overs well and then just strays slightly in line and in length.
Yeah, I think it's okay. He's not a very tall man, Tente. And he skids the ball. Much like Gideon Peters, there's a good change of strategy, the short ball, and Sheila coming down the pitch, telegraphing his intention a little bit too early. Sheila will look to try and pull. It is one of his strengths, but on a wicket that's got a bit of indifferent bounce, well, it's risky. Wow, that's good running. Very good running. Turns a good ball into a single, frustrating from the bowler. And all of a sudden, the required rate now, well, it's 3.1, but they need below 100. 101 for 2 is the total, 97 required for victory.
and victory is very, very important here for the Dafabet Warriors. No need for the bonus point, given the table as it stands. For the Warriors to play in that final at home, the Lions, the DP World Lions, need to lose against the Gold Rush Boland.
Norfolk again. Oh, goes on the pull, doesn't bounce. Takes his life in his own hands there. Gets away with it. Sheila.
Victory here today takes the Warriors to a minimum of 25 points. If the DP World Lions win, they'll be on a minimum of 27 points.
Yeah, Boland have to win that game for the Warriors to host a final. It's the loser will have to play away. If the Lions win, final will be up at the Wanderers. Norfolk again starting his 4th over. Lofted, airborne, wide mid-on, take 4. It was there to hit, and Diteko does well. Goes to 44. Good stable innings, keeping one end of the pitch propped up as the Warriors batting lineup creep up on that target to win. 106 for 2 now. Goes again. It's awfully brave, and he's going to get another boundary. Now, 2 successive boundaries. Now, you just hope that the Sheila doesn't think he can hit every ball for 4. Would have preferred the sweep, almost changed his mind while that delivery from Norfolk was mid-air.
Certainly Diteko seems to be changing gears here.
They'll settle for the single. Diteko will keep the strike. He's on 49. Total 111 for 2. The Warriors needing 198 for victory. And the dreaded Nelson on the board. 111.
One leg up off the ground here, Craig.
Now, in the old days, both legs used to be off the ground. David Shepherd, square leg umpire, he would swing his arms around. There's the One Day Cup standings. You can see the 2 points difference between Warriors and the Lions on top. Lions in a little bit of trouble down at Boland. Warriors, well, it looks like they're not cruising to victory, but they'll work their way to victory. And if the Boland can do them a favour, once again an appeal for a delivery down the leg side. Zuma and the bowler Tenke charging. Just the body language. That looks suspicious.
Well, those are very, very difficult to tell with the naked eye, Craig.
Yeah, you just wonder if bowler and wicketkeeper were also employing a little bit of psychological warfare on the umpire. He didn't signal wide, so obviously the nick coming off the batsman's pad. Diteko still on 49. That's a lot straighter, and the arm goes up from the umpire. Diteko is going to head back to the change room with his score on 49. Oh, the foundation of the Warriors' innings. Well, he's been undone by Kente. Obviously not happy with that decision. He needs a tractor to drag him off the field. And a very important wicket that for the Tuskers.
Yeah, he feels that that may have been sliding down the leg side. Let's have a look at that again. And I think, Craig, a fair decision by the umpire. That looks to be crashing into leg stump. And well played, Mr. Diteko, but you'll have to be on your bicycle, sir.
There's confirmation. Teteco gone for 49. 68 balls it took him, so, and he's normally an attacking batsman. Run of a ball stuff. Shows that it's not that easy batting on this Dafabet St George's Park pitch. Jean du Plessis comes to the crease. Highest score of 112.
That's a very, very impressive average. A touch over 40. He'd want to work on that strike rate, however, and get that up as his career progresses. And crossed the 50 mark 8 times in his 43 innings and converted 4 of those into hundreds. So excellent conversion rate from 50 to 100. And he's got a few good years left in him still. Ripe, well, not ripe old age, but he's only 27 and really finding his feet in this format.
Limited overs cricket, that strike rate is such an important yardstick that batsmen are governed by. The contracts come for those with strike rates above the 100, above the, they say add the average to 120. And if your strike rate's around there, then you're a wanted batsman in any form of white ball cricket around the world. Tail up. Now look to come back for the second. Du Plessis very quick between the wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Du Plessis runs very, very well between the sticks.
Off that dreaded 1-1-1. It strikes again. Nelson.
Were your feet off the ground, Craig?
Nope. We're sitting up here at the top of the duck pond pavilion. I need feet on the ground from a dizzying height. Oh, the edge found again. Fortunately, thick enough to result in the single. Impressive over that. Delivery, Tanke, he's got the important wicket of Leteco rather, for 49. 3 wickets down. Final ball of the over, 114 for 3, 84 runs required for victory. Oh, that's been slashed away, high over backward point and away for 4. That was short, wide and deserved the punishment.
"21 overs bowled. Dafabet Warriors sitting pretty at 118 for 3. As we see that almost helicopter type cut shot, high and mighty above over point's head. Just evades the fielder to that deep point boundary for 4.
One thing the Warriors batsmen know, that if it's short and wide, they throw the kitchen sink at the delivery, because the harder they go at it, well, it's going to take some catching. There's the match summary so far, and at the moment, looks like the Tuskers are in for a hard time trying to defend. 80, 7 wickets remain for the Warriors to get that all-important win. And that win will temporarily take them to the top of the table in the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. It's been expensive, Norfolk, but he's got the important wicket of de Villiers. Du Plessis new to the crease, just treating each delivery with respect. Well placed. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. It just looks like Tashila is going to be the man to bat through. Take one when he can. Let strikers from the other end get themselves in. Quite capable of doing it. He's done it before. He's a nous in white ball cricket. Very good. Where does that shot come from?
Cheeky from Jean du Plessis. It is a stroke that he plays relatively well. Perhaps not required and not needed given the circumstances, but it certainly is a stroke that he looks to play quite often.
That's through the vacant mid-wicket area. Another boundary. 125 for 3. 22 overs gone. The Warriors rollicking along. Rather, 73 runs required for victory, and looking very comfortable at this stage. Right, time for a change in commentary.
It's good to see you. The Warriors are making progress very quickly to the target. They are now 73 runs away from the target and still have another 17 overs to get the bonus point.
It looks like the Sheila has turned up the gas a little bit. Played some beautiful shots. Oh, and just as I say that, he has strangled. Well, Jean du Plessis strangled down the leg side. Commentators curse yet again, but fortunately not against the Sheila himself.
Yeah, that's a little strangle that from Bamanya playing the ball going down leg. Actually, can't fall. You can see his head falling over off stump there. So that's why he could get the strangle down. He's been trying. I don't know whether he was trying to bowl wicket to wicket with that line, but quite a few balls have been going down leg like it.
It almost looks like a tactic from Gqeberha to bowl that line, to strangle the batsman into playing that shot.
Here's a young man, George van Heerden, making his debut for the Warriors today.
Put in a wonderful effort with the ball, unexpectedly so.
Yeah, he's on loan from SWG, which is SWG have done with their season, so he is allowed to be on loan at this stage.
Although let's not forget, he is a Port Elizabeth educated Eastern Cape boy.
He's a former SA Under-19 captain as well. Very talented young man and very confident. I'm sure he's going to do well after making his debut today. Going forward, I'm sure the Warriors are looking to have him in their books for next season.
Well, Robbie can't resist a talented young player.
Oh, that's all ball that from Gqeberha. Looking again to go wicket to wicket. And he's off the mark for the Warriors. George van Heerden.
I always find it's a very important thing for a player to, get off the mark straight away and not get bogged down with a few dot balls. Just gives you a little bit of confidence, that bat on ball feeling.
must say, but Manye Klengler has come in and they bowl very well. This wicket does suit him a bit up and down. So 2 for 24, carrying on from what it did at Newlands, where he got 3 wickets in his allotted overs here. Oh, great shot that from Kashile. And the Mokhokane going after the dog. Great save there.
Wonderful stop.
And that's 2 runs there for Snetemba Kashile.
Must say, Kongpe's tactics are they're a little unorthodox. I mean, he has been bowling slightly down leg, but obviously they've spotted something with the Warriors batsmen and their tendency to play off their legs that they've taken advantage of, because there's been several appeals and dismissals where they've been strangled or caught down the leg side.
Oof, another play and miss from Kashile. Ball wide outside off stump, looking to cut it. Amanya Klangler bowling his 6th over. 2 for 26 currently. Sure, Wayne Panel is happy with that. He's achieved so far.
Surprised not to have seen Wayne Parnell turn his arm over for a few.
Well played. No run. And that's the end of the 23rd over. 128 for the loss of 4 wickets. Wayne Parnell, after that game they played at Newlands, he felt his hammy because he batted for quite a long time. So he didn't play the previous game. He didn't play against the Lions. So now I don't think he's going to bowl today.
So shall we assume specialist low order batsman until, perhaps an emergency arises?
I think they're also missing Sean Gilson, who's been their main spinner for the competition. He's not playing yet today. Right arm off spinner, who also bats in the middle order. So they're missing that today. Noful will do the duties.
Yeah, Noful, although expensive, obviously, had the big wicket of De Villiers.
George van Reeden is also one of those players who doesn't like getting bogged down by the spinners. He probably starts sweeping and using his feet. It just seems that the Warriors had a plan of taking down Malcolm Noful for this innings, seeing that he's the only spinner that they have.
And to an extent, it has worked, except for the loss of a very important wicket.
Yeah, because Parnell can't really take him off, being the only spinner in the team. But he's got the Michael Erlang, who can also bowl some offies as well.
Back in the day, and I mean a few years ago, he was bowling quite a bit in the longer formats, Michael Erlang.
Yeah, created a chance there. Noful didn't quite get there. I think the only difference now is that Michael Erlang is an off spinner and Noful turns the ball away from it, and there's no left-handers in the Warriors team. So they're always going to go with the matchups of him turning the ball away, and Erlang will be easier for the batters to play.
It seems slightly a little bit flatter out there than it did when the Warriors were fielding.
There's a faithful brass band starting again. They can sense the victory of the Warriors here.
Still 67 to go, mind. The 24 overs gone. The score's 131 for 4. Van Heerden's on 3. Kashile on 24. Partnership is worth 67 runs to get.
Now they're looking very good for a victory or Warriors, but you never know with the game of cricket. Things happen quickly and some stranger things have happened before. So I'm sure now the main thing is to try and assess the situation at 35 overs.
We've got 16 overs for the bonus point chase. 26 overs to go in the rest of the game. Well above Duckworth Lewis par, but I don't think we're going to need it today.
Ooh, nearly chopped on there from George van Heerden. Looking to stay down to third man. And he succeeded on that occasion.
Gunclair's reading this pitch quite nicely. Bowling very, very good line on it. Difficult to play. See him trying to play that away into the offside, but there isn't giving him enough room.
Also remember, Gqeberha is not the tallest of bowlers, so it's always going to skid through. Another one down leg there from Bamanya Gqeberha. Didn't seem to get it quite right to have that wicket to wicket line. He's falling over on the crease. That's why most of the balls are going way down leg. Because his head is going, it's falling away, so his wrist breaks as it delivers the ball there.
That was beautiful. That was unplayable.
Great slow ball there from Bamanya Gqeberha. Getting through the defenses of George van Heerden. And that's the end of him.
And there could be some spice in this game yet.
Let's have a look. Looks like he rolled over his feet.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That's
No, that's unplayable.
Played too early there, George van Heerden. Didn't wait for the ball to come to him. Trying to go too square as well. That's how I missed it. Was all over it, his head falling over.
If George van Heerden managed to get a bat on that, I'd be impressed.
Warriors stuttering a bit here on 132 for 5 now with the experience of Patrick Kruger coming in.
And George van Heerden goes only for 7 balls. Just the 10 minutes at the crease. Patrick Kruger, a very experienced player, been around the block himself, well acquainted with this venue too. 64 innings, his average is over 35, strike rate at over 86. He's made 950s and 300s. His highest score is 135 not out, and I think it may well have been here.
Yeah, he's done well, old Kruger.
One season he made 200s in a row, consecutive hundreds in consecutive games, just a couple of seasons ago.
See what happens when the team start thinking about bonus points, eh? This,
Even when the commentary team starts thinking about wins and bonus points, it starts getting spicy out there. It's nicely bowled.
this is good bowling from Bamanya Gqeberha. Bowling his 7th over. He's already bagged 3 wickets, 3 for 27, 6.3. He's trying his heart out here. Remember, this is the last game for the season for the Tuskers. And most probably their last one in Division 1 for the next 2 years. So he's got to give it his all, make sure that they get a win before they close off the season. Like the Patrick Kruger off the legs there.
Maybe slightly overpitched. Easy on off the pads, and Patrick Kruger's off the mark.
Patrick Kruger has done well this season. He's averaging 97 for the Warriors, which is number 2 in the country right now as a batting average, which is very good, helped by a lot of not outs here in there.
Well, I mean, his role is as a finisher, especially in the absence of your, your traditional finishers that started at the Warriors and that are now with South Africa.
It's another one. I've seen a lot of those, huh? Guys are doing exercises this game.
A lot of effort there from Gqeberha. He actually fell over.
I'm sure Wayne Parnell will be saying, guys, 1 more wicket here. And we're into the tail, which is Kaba's not really a tail. He can hold it back, but if he had 2 more sticks there, then just opens up with the cats amongst the pigeons here.
Slightly overpitched that one, but well played.
Then they went for another slow ball then. That's the end of the 25th over. 136 for 5 for the Dafabet Warriors, chasing 198. At the same stage, the Tuskers were 107 for 3.
Gqeberha moves on to 24 not outs. The top scorer for the Warriors, Teko, just falling short of a 50 with 49 of 68. Sentemba Gqeberha is still there, 24 of 28, and Matthew de Villiers 23 of 13. Banyane Gqeberha, 3 for 31 and 7, has been the destroyer in chief, supported by Hardest Falyun. And also Malcolm Knopfel, a bit expensive, but a crucial wicket of Matthew de Villiers. So this game has something in it. It's not going to be as easy as it looked.
Old Wayne still persisting with Malcolm Knopfel, especially with the new batter who's just come in. So I might give him a few dot balls in there.
I wonder how long it's going to take Gqeberha to get going, or whether he's going to play that typical anchor role and wait until Kruger's ready to do some hitting. Oh, that's a lovely drive. Lovely. Good stop though.
It's old-fashioned, old boot out there to save a certain boundary there for Sentemba Gqeberha. I think he's just going to play that anchor role and maybe let Patrick Kruger have a hit, because he really doesn't need to be pushing it so hard at this stage.
No need to be in a hurry.
Oh, Gqeberha down the track. 2 bounces into the boundary for 4 there.
Bit of intent shown from Sentemba Gqeberha. Sees the gap, goes for 4 over the head of the man in the circle. They've brought in, there's no long on. They've brought him up to mid on, so he's going for it.
It is clear that was the intention of the Warriors, to take down Malcolm Knopfel, and they've succeeded in that part, where he's gone for over 50 in his 7 overs. And that's the end of the 26th over, 144 for the loss of 5 wickets.
It's good over for the Warriors, the 8 from it. Here we see the batting scorecard for the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Jack Lees and Malcolm Knopfel made a good start with 38 and 40 or 49, 57 off 111 respectively. But until Wayne Parnell with 31 not out or 43 deliveries, they tended to fall apart, and their extras for the Warriors was probably the third or second highest scorer.
That's all played from Gqeberha. It's off the leg, straight to square leg here. 1 run.
So pardon me, the second highest scorer. Second highest scorer of the game was in fact extras.
Amanya Triangle giving his all.
He's in his 8th over now with 3 wickets so far for 32 runs.
Oh, well played,
Oh.
Patrick. And also it's that time of the year now where it's contract time and all of that. So whatever performance you put out there might put you in good state for a team to pick you up.
Well, yeah, would be looking for a Division 1 contract. And I mean, surely the selectors would be looking at him for emerging squads and A squads at the moment.
It has been a tough competition in that regard. Oh, another slow ball.
Well, especially amongst bowlers.
Yeah, you just need to be consistent to be considered for that. Because he's also been in and out of the squad as well, of the Tuskers squad. Hasn't really played, didn't play the 4-day stuff. Didn't play the first 2 games of the white ball cricket. Ever since he's got back, he's got into the team, he's actually done well.
Oh, that's far too much width, but they've got protection out there. He's always impressed me. Odd plan bowling today, especially the leg side line, but it did work. I mean, he's given the Tuskers a chance. Let's put it this way.
Oh, another short ball there. He tried, but didn't get up at all. Patrick Kruger just hit us around the corner for 1.
Or he was just content to rotate the strike in between, you know, the odd bad ball.
Edging closer to the score now. 50 to get for the Warriors. 23 overs. Another over done for Bamanya Klengler. He's bowled 8 overs, he's gone for 35. 3 for 35 in 8. Very long and good spell, thus.
Question is, do you continue with him to bowl him out as your top bowler, or do you go back to hardest for Yun? So you've got DP World Lines at 176.47 after 43.4 overs. The Leno Pocket is still there at 53 from 57, so it's by no means game over. Akonam Nyaka, a name we are all familiar with, is taken 2 for 37.
Delano Porchite. He's always been the man for that job. He's always dug up the Lions out of trouble.
Even on this ground, he's done it.
I'm sure his name is really in the selectors' minds for the SAA tour. Maybe even the higher honors, because he's done it consistently, season in and season out, and he can give you a ball as well. Another sweep shot from Gqeberha to Carl corner, only 1.
Should take the Warriors to 150 from 175 balls, 13 fours and 2 sixes. Partnership reaches 18.
Well bowled nose. He got Patrick Kruger and 2 miles there. Know whether to reverse sweep, cut or play it. Humble left from Michael Norfolk.
Gqeberha being quite conservative here. I mean, there is no need to rush.
Yeah, Warriors only require 48 runs. And the rate achieved has been consistently over 5, so they've done very well. There's another single for Patrick Kruger to end the over. Dafabet Warriors 151 for 5 after 28 overs.
And he's hogging the strike with that over with that run as well.
Looks like Bamanya Klein will finish his overs. Allotted 10 overs because he's bowling his 9th over.
He's on his 9th over unless they save him one for the death, although it looks like death isn't coming when it usually would. So I reckon he's going to bowl out.
No, he's definitely going to bowl out. I think maybe Patrick Kruger, seeing that he's has been their best bowler, is probably going to look to see him out. Next 2 overs and look to attack the other bowlers, whoever's going to come in then.
I wonder if Patrick Kruger will prefer using the pace of Gqeberha compared to the spin of Norfolk.
There's another one down leg. He's missed that line quite often in this spell.
He has, but he has gotten at least 1 wicket from that line.
I think he's really tiring. Bowling his 9th over at the moment.
It is a very long spell.
Up in the air. Safe. Andile picks it up only for 1. He's tried every length. Bamanya Klein, short and wide, short at the body, down leg. Hasn't really been consistent in his line.
I mean, you do have a tiring bowler on this end then. Well, that was better.
I see Captain when Parnell has brought up the sweeper just to close off the offside there. Make sure there's no easy singles. And get Bamanya Klein to keep bowling that hard length.
I mean, he hasn't had much of a rest, has he?
It doesn't help that you've got a spin on the other side bowling quickly.
Oh, feels he missed out. Can see Klashiri feels he missed out on that one.
45 runs to get. Edging closer and closer. To get to that bonus board, they need to get the runs within the 40th over. But then again, what's needed is just the Lions
To lose.
for them to have a home final.
A bit too full. We pushed on the pads.
I think it would be actually nice if they can get a home final, the Warriors, because they've done well. It'll be their 3rd final in a row, and it'll be nice to actually end the season off at home, having to host a home final.
Not only that, but so many of them are involved in the SA21 as well. It would be nice to have, at least both silverware and a home final.
Yeah, there's another one. That's been the story of the day.
I think Gqeberha is tiring.
I think if you look at it, this is the end of the season. I think some of the players will be moving to other provinces. So it would be nice if the Warriors can get a home final and win that, because other players won't be here for the next season.
Or full toss.
Okay, that's the end of my stint.
And
Jacques
it's
will be joining you.
1:54 for 5 as Jacques joins me for changing commentary. So how do you feel about it, Jacques? Do you think they're going to go for the bonus points? Or?
It's a good question, Kelly. So the bonus point will be irrelevant if the Lions win or lose, for that matter. And yeah, it's just interestingly poised at the moment. You know, 1 or 2 wickets here, and the cat's among the pigeons here for the Dafabet Warriors. The Tuskers have gone about their business in a quite disciplined way, and they sort of made inroads into this Dafabet Warriors batting lineup. And so, of course, Gqeberha is looking good, 33 from 40, and Pat Kruger has gotten his account going. These two need to see it through for their team this afternoon. And also a very interesting point to note that Malcolm Nafal has been comfortably the most expensive bowler for the Moothee Ram Tuskers.
Yes.
And yet they persisted with him. He's their only slower bowler.
We see a change now with Dafabet coming from the Park Drive end. Maybe a single down to third man.
Yeah, he's bowled well today. He's been unlucky. At least 12 of his runs has been very fortuitous for the batters. And it just seems to be one of those days at the office for him where, there's just no reward for him. But he's run in and he's done a job for his team, or attempted to do so, and things just have not gone his way.
Story of a bowler's life, really. Sometimes the best you bowl, no wickets. You can have a bad day with the ball and everything will go your way. Can happen. Some of the worst deliveries I've ever seen have gotten wickets. That's cricket for you. But how does the scenario change if it rains, say, for the Lions game? Permutations.
Well, the Warriors would still need to win here,
Yeah.
and then they would go top of the log.
And then the 2 points would be relevant there.
So Kelly, I've just had to recalculate in my mind there. So should there be no result, and points are shared up where the Lions are playing against Boland, and the Warriors win here without the bonus point, the Lions should go through purely on run rate.
Net run rates, equal points.
Equal points, net run rate, and the Lions should go through, or not go through, but the Lions should then secure that home final.
And if we get the bonus, and if the Warriors get the bonus point?
My apologies, Kelly. It won't be net run rate. In fact, if the points are tied, it would be a number of wins that would see the DP World Lions go through and play that final at Wanderers. So Dupavillon's over has been tidy so far. He would look to just close it out and just dot these two batters up for the last 2 balls of his 7th over. That's half the job done. He's got 1 more ball left. That's well run. Pair scampers through for 2, and that brings to an end the 30th over. Warriors sitting at 158 for 5.
The same stage, the Tuskers were 127 for 4.
The Warriors would fancy themselves to see this one through.
Probably have lost a few more wickets than they would have fancied.
Taking it to bowl his last over for the day. He's got some very decent figures so far. 3 for 38 in his 9. He'd look to end quite strong. It's up in the air. Drops short of the fielder, and that's pair scampers through just for the single. Bamanye Gqeberha has bowled some very decent short deliveries today. He has troubled the batters in his previous over as well. Just caused 1 or 2 problems for Patrick Kruger on the short ball.
Yeah, he has bowled a few good short balls, but as well as that, he has peppered the batsman with a few, wides. Some on the leg side, some on the offside. Then there are some good length deliveries, so I think he's bowled, quite a long spell. Could have done with a rest in between, I think.
Perhaps, but remember, these guys are fit as fiddles, and he's actually done a job for his team here this afternoon. As we see the previous delivery, he's just rolled the fingers over that one and just taken the pace off, and without trying too much, he just kept the batters guessing as well.
I do wonder about their plan for a 5th bowler. If they had to use one. They've only used 4. If you noticed that. Dafabet for you and Gqeberha, no fault. Normally there'd be a 5th bowler. And if Parnell was injured, he'd have to, step up.
That is well struck in front of square. Oh, and it evades the fielder. Good effort. Rushes to the boundary for 4.
That's a statement from Patrick Kruger. Moves on to 17. Just a little bit too short. There's plenty of room to pull.
Just a slight miscue there from Patrick Kruger. Doesn't trouble the scorers.
It's an into a very good, huge effort from Banyane Gqeberha. Was just the 1 ball to go. Very still the 1 ball to go. He's going to hope to end his spell on a bright note.
And Pat Kruger leans onto that, says thank you very much, and powers that in front of square for another boundary.
Identical to the shot on the 4th delivery. Just a tad too short as the drinks come on. That's the end of an unfortunate end to a good spell from Bamanye Gqeberha. 10 overs, 47, 3 wickets, 4 fours. Unfortunately, 6 wides, which were quite costly. Move on.
And there we have it. Just the summary of today's proceedings. The Warriors marching on towards what should be a relatively comfortable victory for them. 165 for 5 in pursuit of the Moothee Ram Tuskers, 197 all out.
So you've got Sinitembe Kashile still going at 35, not out of 44. Patrick Kruger joining him, 21 off 24. Still to have a few overs to go. Hardest for Yun and Darren Dupavalon expected to finish things off.
Well, interestingly enough, having a look at that summary over there, Dupavalon is perhaps the one bowler who could string together ball after ball after ball of delivery that would trouble the Dafabet Warriors batters, and he is wicketless for his efforts today.
100% agree. And I mean, you could have hardest for Yun from the other side, who may well be prone to bowling the odd half tracker, if I may say so. Malcolm Knopfel has been successful, but in his 8 overs has gone for 55 runs. Important wicket of Matthew de Villiers, but he has been expensive.
And as we start off the 32nd over, the Warriors sitting pretty at 167 for 5 in pursuit of victory here, which potentially sees them play a home final at Dafabet St. George's Park.
Looks like Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin have taken the DP World Lions 212 for 7 in 47.5 overs over Gold Rush Boerlands, trying to get their way to a competitive total. And we have Darren Dupavalon.
And of course, Kelly, the information you've just shared with the viewers is extremely important in the context of this CSA One Day Cup competition. If the DP World Lions beat the Gold Rush Boerland today, they are guaranteed of that home final at the DP World Wanderers Stadium. If they lose against the Boerland side today and the Warriors win here, the Warriors will host that final. So very, very important numbers, very important information you shared with us.
It also determines who plays in the qualifiers, or who hosts the qualifiers.
The famed St. George's Park band senses victory here for their home team, and they've livened up a bit. Stifled appeal by Dupavalon.
Looked like a little bit of bat involved there.
Umpire Weingaard immediately disinterested. And through his bowling today, we haven't seen much of that delivery. That's the one that comes back at the right-hander. Naturally an away swing bowler, shaping the ball away from the right-hander. And that one just caused a little bit of concern and trouble for Sinethemba Gqeberha, just coming back at him a fraction.
Possibly something he wasn't expecting. Swing and a miss, really.
As the band is attempting to liven things up, there's just been a little bit of life in the last two deliveries from Dafabet.
It's a quick single. It hasn't been a day for runouts. We've had about one. Those hit the stumps and the rest quick singles. They've been lucky.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a tap and run there.
So, a very well judged run. Yet you just get the sense that the mid-on fielder was just on his heels there, and not for the first time today.
It's probably that stage of the game when you sense it drifting away from you. And it's important for a team not to feel that way.
Dafabet persists with his line and his length that has kept him kept the batters quiet today, and Patrick Kruger equal to the task.
Warriors march on to 168 for 5. Sinethemba Gqeberha is on 36 not out, so 49 balls, and Patrick Kruger 21 of 25, and able sports. Partnerships were 36 at the moment.
And we see a bowling change from the Duck Pond Pavilion end with Michael Erlang coming into the attack.
Something I expected to see much earlier, to be perfectly honest.
One wonders what the thinking was behind not bowling Erlang earlier, particularly on a surface that would favour the slower bowlers.
Especially with the variable bounce. His list day career, I mean, he's an experienced campaigner. He doesn't bowl in every game, but he's got a great average for a spinner. Best of 415, economy rate of 4.53. Those are figures you can bank on. You know, for somebody who's probably more than a part-timer, I'd say. Could call himself a spinning all-rounder. Didn't pick that one.
He starts off well. A little bit of turn on offer for him from ball one.
Seems like he and Gqeberha are just measuring each other up. See how he's going to play him.
First three deliveries of Erlang's over, and certainly has been giving the ball more flight than Malcolm Nofal has. Just taking the pace off a little bit as well.
Also going through his over a lot quicker. See, Gqeberha is desperate to play him straight.
And in no time, 5 balls have been bowled in Michael Erlang's first over, and he hasn't troubled the scorers.
Not at all. Should have probably bought him one a little bit earlier. It's a first run off his over, and the only run. Gqeberha keeps the strike as we move on to the 33 overs gone, 34th over to be.
Obviously very early in Michael Erlang's spell. However, one has to ask the question, where has he been during this bowling innings of the Moothee Ram Tuskers?
Honestly, I have the same question. Where has he been? We saw how George van Heerden bowled for themselves. Just even darting them and just, becoming settled, making sure the batsmen don't unsettle you. And unfortunately, Malcolm Knopfel at the Park Drive end was not quite the same as having Thomas Carver. We've got Dafabet to continue with his 9th over.
And
Clear gap. That was an invitation.
that was hit with some command through the leg side.
Gqeberha moves to 41. There was a big gap there. A bit of an invitation for him to hit through, hoping that he'd probably find one of those fielders, but he just pierced them perfectly.
He probably was looking at going a little straighter there to begin with and just dragged it a little bit more than he probably would have liked. But the outcome is in his favor and he moves along, as you mentioned, to 41.
Yeah, just pierced those two fielders. When it's your day?
He certainly has come out with intent this afternoon.
Yeah.
He hasn't looked to give bowlers an opportunity to settle, as we just have a look at that again.
Yeah, especially again, right between them.
The old adage of fortune favors the brave.
He did probably look to go between your square leg umpire over there and Gqeberha Fields, but results the same.
Well kept out by Sinatebet Gqeberha. Darren Dafabet right back on the money again.
It's a good response from Dafabet. See, so many cricketers lose their heads when they get hit for runs. Although he doesn't have that many to play with. The partnership has also moved to 41 now.
Rides the bounce nicely, does Sinatebet Gqeberha. Won't get to the boundary. Sprint by the keeper Zuma. Slide, picks it up, and throws it in. The scoreboard ticks along to 175 for 5.
It's almost a gentle shot and gentle way of using bounce or natural bounce from the bowler. Just guiding it past into a gap. Easy couple of runs.
Didn't look to overhit that at all.
No. Almost barely hit it. Just let the direction of the delivery do the work.
They'll look for 2 here. Gqeberha turned well. Made it look easy. Way, and there's a bit of a misfield or a fumble over there.
Gqeberha has overrun the stumps again. There he is by the bowler's run-up. It's the second time he's done that and possibly missed out on a run. But he has moved to 45 now. And they've taken 8 so far after Dafabet's over. That was a good ball.
That's a very good end to what is a very, very good afternoon of bowling for Darren Dafabet. Unfortunately, no reward for his efforts this afternoon.
Still got one left.
My apologies. He has still got 1 over left this afternoon.
DP World Lions have made 242 for 7 or 50 overs. Delena Potgieter with 91 of 78 balls. Zubair Hamza 31 of 42. Bjorn Fortuin 39 out of 25. We've got Kamanzi with 4 for 38 in his 10, with the Minyaka assisting with 2 for 63. And then Denson Stiedemann and Imran Manak providing some assistance.
Somewhat fortuitously, that ball runs down to the vacant third man boundary. Some good work by the fielder down there. The pair scampered through for 2. And as the shadows lengthen across the Dafabet St. George's Park this afternoon, the Warriors march on to what should be a comfortable victory for them. Those same shadows can cause some challenges for both batter and fielder.
They can indeed. We've seen this before. See as Michael Alan continues. Well, that was actually a 3 that they ran there.
That the shadow of that pylon across the pitch over there can cause some challenges for the batter, with the ball coming out of light into the shadow, back into light again. And that could be perhaps why Erlang is also just giving the ball a little bit more air, a little bit of flight.
Bashir almost hesitated there with that run. So he moves to 46, looking at a personal milestone as well now. Partnerships on 49.
That's
Out of
huge.
St. George's Park. Partnership moves to 55. Patrick Kruger moves to 30 from 27, and they might need a new ball. Let's have a look at this again. In the slot, double step. That's through the gap between the duck pond and the old stand.
A little bit of cat and mouse there between Michael Erlang and Patrick Kruger. Kruger up to the task. $11 required from just more than 15 overs. Effectively 2 strikes away from victory here, the Dafabet Warriors. Some exciting cricket tomorrow down in Kimberley at the Kimberley Oval. The Firebrand, Flexbrand Knights taking on the Eastern Cape Inyati in the Division 2 CSA One Day Cup final.
Let's hope we can see some more silverware coming the Eastern Cape's way, albeit in East London and not in Port Elizabeth or Gqeberha.
Well, we can catch all of the action on Cricket SA's YouTube channel. And into the attack comes Andile Mokhokane. Another surprise, a man who's played some of his cricket down here at Dafabet St. George's Park. One might have expected him into the attack earlier on today.
Well, certainly if he was going to bowl, yes, earlier on today, but maybe they're looking for an element of surprise. Or not.
I don't think that Sinetembe Kashila was surprised there. He's just
Not at all.
powered that over the mid-wicket fielder in front of
And he
square.
moves to 50.
Well played 50, showed wonderful intent. His side was in a bit of a spot of bother at certain times through his innings. And
That was a gift. I think he got a gift there.
thank you very much, Mr. Mokhokane.
That's 50 of 64 balls for who has become a Warriors stalwart over the years.
hammered through the offside this time. Slow jog for the fielders just to collect that and throw it back in. 3 runs required for the Dafabet Warriors.
And this one was pitched, this one was width. Shorts and wides. First one was too short.
A batter who's just gotten to his 50. He's just thrown his hands through that. Beautiful cricket shot. Big vacant area in front of square on the offside.
Everyone for the single.
And he just runs that one down to third man like Makaya and Tini in that famous 438 game.
Makaya's best shots.
2 runs to win for the Dafabet Warriors.
I wonder what Patrick Kruger's thinking.
Home final. That's what he's thinking.
Well, we've still got a whole innings to wait for that. Not rushing.
So the Warriors now all but assured of that bonus point victory. And what a campaign it's been for them in this CSA One-Day Cup competition.
If only it didn't rain against the Titans. That's it.
He's hit that, and that is the end of the game. Patrick Kruger dispatches Andile Mogekane down to a wide-ish long non-boundary, and that seals victory for the Dafabet Warriors here today over the Moothee Ram Tuskers.
So we will either be hosting at St. George's with that shot, a final or a qualifier. Is that correct?
That is correct. We now wait for the result from the DP World Lions and the Gold Rush Boland side. And as we have a look there, and there's the summary of the Dafabet Warriors batting performance here today. Notable performance from Mondiri Diteko, 49 from 68. Sinetema Kashile, 55 from 66 not out. And then cameo from Patrick Kruger, 34 from 31 not out. And those are that was the personnel required to see the Dafabet Warriors home this afternoon.
Also a shout out to Bamanye Ntengle for his 3 for in his 10 overs. 3 for 47.
Yeah, Kelly, the standout bowlers for me in this defense of 197 by the Moothee Ram Tuskers certainly has been Darren Dupavalon. He bowled his heart out this afternoon. He bowled beautifully. Unfortunately, as is this game that we love, no reward for him in his 9 overs. And then, of course, Bamanye Ntengle bowled beautifully. 3 for 47 in his 10 overs.
But of course he has, also in his game gotten lucky at one strangle down leg side. You know, that happens. You can bowl beautifully, and you can also have those bad deliveries where the worst delivery you bowl can get you the wickets. And I'm so surprised they brought on Michael Allen so late in the game.
Yeah, there certainly were some bowling tactics or decisions that to us up here didn't necessarily make sense. You would have thought that Michael Erlang would have been brought into the attack much sooner. Andile Mogekane, a very, very handy bowler. He would have, in our minds, been in the attack much earlier on as well. However, I'm sure that the Moothee Ram Tuskers had their plans. They had their reasons. But unfortunately today for them it wasn't to be.
Possibly not. Possibly also having bowlers who had side strange injuries, things like that, can also affect the way the tactics you employ. For so long I was wondering where their 5th bowler was. How do you pick a man in the match in this situation?
going out. Just wait for that thing to go out.
Oh, without the mic.
Yeah, there's no mic.
There's no mic.
Can we go?
Can we go?
Okay.
Can we start?
Yeah, we'll start.
Yes, start, please.
Okay, welcome to the post-match presentation. I've got here Wayne Pano of the Moothee Ram Tuskers. Pani, tough one after you winning the toss and decided to bat. Off to a great start, and then what happened after that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been kind of the trend throughout this competition. We've had really good starts, but not been able to obviously capitalize. And I think today much of the same. Probably around 230 would have been very competitive. Yeah, obviously, short.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, it's been a tough season for you. And you got I saw you work with some of the youngsters. How was the experience of you being around the Tuskers? Obviously, not playing the 4-day stuff, but with the white ball stuff.
Yeah, I think certainly, obviously playing on the field is one thing, but also off the field helping. You know, a couple of very exciting young players in our group, and I think trying to pass some knowledge onto them, and hopefully they will take it on board. Obviously, use it for the rest of their careers. But you know, again, it's not just the talent and being able to bat and bowl, but understanding certain moments in the matches as well. Crucial moments, when to put pressure on opposition, when to absorb. I think it will improve the campaign.
Yeah, tough one. Enjoy the rest of the season. Sorry, enjoy the off season now. Yeah. So and good luck for the rest of your career, bro.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we have man of the match for this game. Dafabet Warriors fast bowler, Gideon Peters. Gideon, well done in your performance today. It really came out nicely.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. And I've just been trying to stick to a simple plan actually, and luckily the last couple of games that the same plan has worked out for me. So yeah, grateful I could help the team win. We're sitting pretty in the log. Hopefully, Boland can do us a favour a bit later. So yeah.
Okay, obviously you did look stiff towards the end. I know you had your injuries. And how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I think it's just a bit of adjustment for my body, getting used to playing like a lot of cricket, which is like I'm not complaining. It's flipping awesome for me just to be on the field. Actually, just get to showcase what I can do a bit. So it's nice, but I am a bit like stiff, but it's nothing at a few cataphlans or something can't fix.
Okay, during your injuries, did you make any adjustments to your action, or just kept it the same way, or just got stronger body?
Yeah, maybe some adjustments in my action, but not really massive ones. Just not relaxing on my back leg as much because we felt that that's putting a lot of pressure on my lower back. So we just tried to work on it. So I think as the season's got on and I'm getting more tired, I can see like all that is maybe creeping in a little bit again. So I'll just, of course, when the season's done, we just work on that, and hopefully next season I can master it. Yeah.
One last question. I saw that today you did drop a bit of your pace. Was it because of the pitch or the stiffness?
No, I just look. I felt like there's no reason for me to try ball 150 on this weekend.
Okay.
Like it was a bit up and down, man. So I'll cruising for a few balls, and then every now and then like, okay, this one I'm gonna let go. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Well done in the man of the match performance.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thanks. Cheers. Okay, with me I have the winning captain of the Dafabet Warriors. It's actually becoming a habit now of having him here. Moothee seems like Robbie found something in you as a captain, because ever since you've taken over, it's been just upsetting.
Yeah, you can't really give credit to Robbie or myself, you know. The guys have been amazing, you know. It's obviously easy to coach / captain a team that comes together so nicely, you know. Everyone's behind each other, we're all together, and that's evidently the results will take care of itself after that.
Okay, you as captain, obviously when you started off, there was 73 for no wicket, cruising nicely. And then what did you actually change? Because I noticed some of your bowling changes were actually spot on.
Yeah, we are struggling currently with the mark at the moment. just like getting out of a power play. I think with Sammy leaving, you know, he offered us the power play. Now with him going, we've got to adapt and try our best in that region. So we know that it is tough to start on a power play, especially here at St George's. You know, the outfield's quick. When the ball is nice and hard, it comes on nicely to the bat. So we just have to try and minimalise that as much as we can, and then outside the power play, we know our game, that's our strength. So if we can, you know, going forward into the playoff/final, if we can take care of that small thing, we'll be alright.
So was there any talks of bonus point today, or just batted the way you just?
No,
because I saw the way you came out, you just come blazing.
No, I sort of wanted to try and take the game on sort of similar to the way I batted at Boland. You know, I'm obviously trying something in my game, and if that comes off in an important playoff game, that can win you the game. So it's good to train those types of things. I don't really want to give your wicket away, but if you can look to be in positive positions and have a really good intent at the crease in a final, you know, that might play dividends.
So obviously you have your eye on the Impala. I'm sure you made a few calls to Boland you a favour so you can have a home final, but I'm sure you'll be watching right now from not moving from the change room.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously we would love a home final here for Gqeberha would be huge, you know, so but we are currently behind Boland now, so I think we'll have a beer and watch Boland, and hopefully they can pull off a 240 chase for us. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Well done, guys. Have had a great season. Well done.
So, thanks, appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, guys.